And we are live.
Thank you, and welcome all to the January 12th, 2021 meeting of Town of Canmore Finance Committee. And I'll call the meeting to order and look to approval of the agenda. We do have one change to the agenda and are requesting that item D2, the asset management implementation, be heard before item D1, the capital overview. So I'll propose that one amendment. Are there any other additions or changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I'll move that the agenda be adopted as presented. Those in favor? And that's approved. Then I'll look to the minutes of the January 5th, 2021 Finance Committee meeting. Has everybody had a chance to look at the minutes? Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move the minutes be adopted as presented. Those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And then we'll move on to the asset management implementation. And I will look to Mr. Kinsberg to lead us through that. And Pete, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Peter?
Yes.
Are you talking? Oh, there you are.
Okay.
Now we can hear you.
Apologize for that. I had a lot of things on my screen here. Can everyone see my screen right now?
Yes, we can.
It should be the asset management implementation.
Yes.
Thank you for this. Thank you, Ms. DeSoto. Thank you, Mayor Borman, Council. So this is the asset management implementation presentation. I must admit, if there was one presentation I was hoping to do in person, it would have been this one. As it is, due to COVID, I ask that because I can't see maybe everyone's faces, if anything is not clear, if any of the concepts are not understood, please don't hesitate to stop me, to interrupt, just to make sure that we're on the same page with the understanding. It's really my number one objective is to make sure that we can walk away with this with a good understanding of kind of the concepts and how we can use this information going forward. So having said that, our presentation objectives, we have 4 key objectives. The first one is to define asset management in the town of Canmore. Number 2 is to identify some of the program challenges, goals, and achievements. Number 3, to present 3 quite important risk concepts used in our model. And the 4th one is to provide an example capital plan analysis. And I do want to mention that asset management implementation is not something that can be achieved in isolation. It does require the support and understanding of everyone in the organization. I like to say that it's ours to win, but also it is ours to lose if we're not careful. And I'm hoping that by the end of this presentation, I was able to show you some of the benefits of the program succeeding. So having said that, let's start with asset management. What are we trying to achieve with asset management? There are 3 main goals. One is to support the long-term financial strategy. One is to understand the costs to maintain and replace our current assets, and also to understand the level of service requirements to modify those current assets or add future assets. And I will talk about all of these a little bit more later in the presentation. But why do we use asset management as a program? First of all, it is a defendable, data-driven, and risk-based approach for prioritizing and understanding difficult, fiscally constrained decisions, and provides us with an ability to proactively influence the levels of service to the community and to help develop priorities for future capital plans and funding requirements. So I'm hoping by the end of the presentation, those 2 points will be driven home. And I want to talk about the second point a little bit more about how does it actually influence the levels of service and future capital planning. So all of our assets that we have in the town of Canmore have a certain expected life. In fact, they begin aging as soon as they are installed. And the percentage of life that those assets go through can be represented on a scale from 0 to 100. And as soon as the asset is put in place, its condition begins to deteriorate. So we can see the condition of an asset moving down from 10 down to 0 as the asset ages. Now, the choices that we can make to maintain that asset, for example, could involve, as a very simple example, changing the oil in a car. It's a low-cost expense that's done frequently. It doesn't cost a lot of money, but it does extend the life of that asset. If we choose, for example, to not do that because we can't afford the oil in the car, we may be forced to rehabilitate that asset, or in other words, rebuild the entire engine, maybe a little bit later, but at much higher cost. And if we do neither of those things, eventually this asset is going to fail and it needs to be replaced at even a higher cost. Now, the asset may not be available, the same asset, we may end up spending more money for it, escalation, et cetera, et cetera. So the decisions that we make on how we manage an asset really define how much and when we spend our money. So we do have the power to make those choices. And it's important to realize as well that replacement of an asset doesn't always happen when the asset has reached the end of its useful life, because replacing of an asset has to be done when it reaches a minimum level of service. So a very good example of this could be a fire truck. We cannot reasonably afford to allow our important fire truck to go down to a condition level of 0 or 0.5 and say, well, it's fine because it's not quite expired yet. The community relies on that asset to perform perfectly whenever the key is turned on the ignition so that it can go to the emergency. So we have to have an agreement on what is the minimum level of service that that asset requires to support the community before it needs to be replaced. So our asset management program, the key takeaway from this slide is our program is in fact a continuous cycle. It's not a linear thing. So, but like all cycles, it needs to begin somewhere. And our program started with identifying the current state of the assets, which involved evaluating what are the assets in our community, how old they are, how much did they cost, how much did they cost to replace, what is the expected life of those assets, how long are they going to live. Once we've established that first phase, we need to evaluate the levels of service. And what that really means is grouping assets together, for example, assets that make up Elevation Place. So the building of Elevation Place, the heating and ventilation systems, the pool systems, the equipment inside it. And we need to evaluate what is the expected level of service from the community for that asset. And as you can imagine, that's a very difficult question to ask, but it's our job to try to quantify it so we can evaluate it numerically. Are we meeting the level of service? So depending on who you ask, the level of service can be different, from people that use it on weekends to those that use it on weekdays, mornings and evenings, school groups, families, individuals, tourists, residents. So that takes a lot more time to try to establish, prioritize, and quantify. But in all those cases, we have to evaluate what are the minimum conditions, requirements that set the limits of those assets. How many days a year can the pool afford to be shut down so that it doesn't impact the service, but it still needs to be shut down to perform the required maintenance? That's an example of what's required. The next step is optimizing capital investment. So taking those assets, taking those levels of service, evaluating in our fiscally constrained environment, how much money do we have? Can we afford to maintain those assets? Can we afford to rehabilitate those assets? Do we have the money to replace those assets in Elevation Place? If we cannot, we need to go back and modify the level of service to the community accordingly. That's why there's an optimization phase here. It's a negotiation. What can we afford to do? How do we define the level of service? How do we communicate that level of service of what is required? There will be a compromise in anything. The last step here is really ensuring that the funding is available to satisfy those capital and operational investments. And one thing people will find quite interesting is the plan assembly is almost step 4, if there is a step 4 in a cycle. And I put that there strategically because I want to point out that a plan, once it's issued, is really obsolete the day it is issued, because tomorrow things might change. The asset might fail. We may have a pandemic. Things can happen. Things will change. And we need to make sure that what is important is not the plan that's sitting on the shelf, but that we have a continuous process of evaluation of how our levels of service are performing, how our assets are performing. So ideally, we go from optimization back to the current state of the assets. What is the current state of the assets today? What is the condition of those assets? Are we still providing the level of service? Do we have any more capital we can use to modify that level of service? So my point is, it's an ongoing cycle that any time throughout the year, we're able to evaluate where we are with our assets. Some of the data challenges that we had in starting step 1, which is evaluating the current state of the assets, is that we have a lot of departments in the town of Canmore. We have finance, public works, engineering, facilities, protective services, and all of them have been working very diligently to manage their specific assets. To get an understanding of what we had, we really had to consolidate over 10 million data fields, which is a tremendous amount of work, consolidating information from geographic information systems, building and condition assessment reports, water and sanitary valuation reports, capital asset registers, work order databases. It was a lot of work to do that. But fortunately, we did it. And once we finished, through rigorous analysis, we were able to create what is called the Asset Management Register. Now, this is a list of Town of Canmore's assets. It has 35,000 assets approximately. Each of those assets has a replacement cost in current 2021 dollars. Each of those assets has an expected life that that asset should live for. Each of those assets has an age and how many years are remaining on that asset. And more importantly, each of these assets, each of these 35,000 assets has been now prioritized by risk. And I will explain that a little bit later, but that's why in the presentation objectives, I talked about understanding risk and understanding some of the concepts. And I think as we go through, you'll see why understanding risk is so critical to using the asset management program. Our framework for the town of Canmore is quite unique in that what we have done is we have developed an internal Town of Canmore framework, which is a very flexible, very customizable structure that works with our existing tools, existing systems, procedures, interfaces. It listens to the way we do our jobs. It listens to the way we work and uses the systems we have and pulls them together. And in doing that, we're able to compile what we call collaborative asset management, which means we're looking at all the assets together, not individually. So engineering, we're not just looking at engineering assets. We're not just looking at public works assets in isolation. We're looking at it together. By doing that, we're able to establish which assets are the highest priorities for us. By doing that, we're able to reduce the size of this pie, so to speak, and then ultimately match the funding to address those assets that we have. So this is part of that optimization phase. What can we do? What are our number one priorities? How much money do we have to actually address those issues? And we need to do it through simple, clear, and adaptable concepts. Now, why is that so important? It's because we're trying to build a culture of understanding. We're trying to do it in a way that helps and facilitates everyone to have better understanding, to have engagement in the process, to make it simple, approachable, and have early adoption. So that when we talk about assets, we know what language we're using and we know how we're thinking about how our assets are actually aging and behaving in the town of Canmore. Yes, Mr. Mayor Borelman.
Thanks very much, Mr. Ginsberg. Just a quick question. You introduced this slide and by saying that, if I heard it right, that this framework, the Town of Canmore framework, is unique. By that, do you mean that we're the only municipality anywhere that uses a framework like this, or what did you mean exactly by that?
I mean, it's unique because we listened to, first, we spent quite a bit of time evaluating how the town of Canmore works and the systems it has. And by unique, I mean it's customized to our town. It's customized to our systems. It's customized to the software we have already purchased and are using. It's customized to how we talk to each other, how we communicate. And this was done really to ensure that we're not adding to the work of our already very busy managers, but we're trying to minimize how much additional work they need to be doing to create the system, because I feel we have a lot of information available. It's a question of bringing it together. And we're able to do that by building a structure framework where we integrate these existing town of Canmore systems. So whether other municipalities are doing it is probably less of an issue, but what is the point here is that what we're doing is really specific to our town, and it works with the people we have and the systems we have. We're not just throwing a software solution on the problem and saying, here, use this software to figure out how to use it. We're saying, let's understand what we're doing first. Let's use our systems, and let's minimize the amount of work that is required to address and understand the concepts of asset management. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's great. Thanks very much for that detail.
No problem. Does anyone else have any other questions, or are we okay? Councillor Comfort.
I'm just wondering, is this tool used, for example, we were talking the other day about, there were 3 solar energy projects that were going to go ahead. Those were let go for the time being in favor of the one large project at CRC. Could this tool be used in this, in that application?
Absolutely. I think some of the, not in this particular situation, because we haven't actually started running the program yet, but I'm hoping that at the end you'll see how even it can be used and to make those decisions. Absolutely. And I'm hoping maybe
that saves me writing an email to Whitney. So
no problem. And if the answer hasn't been clear by the end of the presentation, let's revisit that issue and I can try to explain it a little bit more.
Great, thank you.
You're very welcome. I'll just move on now if that's okay with everyone. Sorry about that. So ultimately, our preliminary analysis of our assets that have in the register of 35,000 assets, all the replacement costs and their ages, has resulted in some interesting findings. For example, when we add up the total cost to replace all of town of Canmore assets today, the roads, the buildings, all the equipment, everything we own, we're looking at about 35,000 assets and $1.25 billion. That is quite a large amount of assets that we have in our town, and it requires proper approach and management. The other challenge that we have is when we look at currently, based on the data we have, on the assets that strictly based on their age and how long those assets should live, the dollar amount to replace assets that have expired or are at the end of their life is $164 million and almost 8,000 assets. So we're talking about 13% of the cost of all of our replaceable assets and 23% of the count of our assets. Now, when I look at this, this doesn't allow me to make an informed decision of what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to deal with this information? This is not enough to make informed decisions. So we need to dig a little bit deeper. And this is where the concept of risk comes in, because not all of these assets are equal. So let's begin by talking very briefly about risk. A very basic approach to risk. Risk is a combination of 2 things: consequence and probability of failure. So the larger the consequence an asset has to our community, and the greater chance of it failing, the higher the risk we face as an organization. So consequence can be defined in 2 ways, perhaps. Number 1, what priority is the asset to our community? In other words, is a fire truck the same priority as a water meter, for example? The answer is no. What is the cost So the more expensive an asset is, the larger the consequence it would be. So replacing a water distribution pump that sends drinking water to our community that costs $100,000 costs a lot more than a water meter. So the failure of a pump is a lot higher than the failure of a water meter. It's difficult to find a pump tomorrow, but we probably have several water meters we can source if we needed to in the next day or so. So consequence can be a combination of how important that asset is to the community and its cost. Failure, the probability of failure, the simplest way to look at that is that the older the asset is, the greater the chance of failure it has. When an asset is very new, it has, in theory, a very low chance of failure. As the asset ages, the failure increases. And as the asset reaches the end of its expected useful life, for example, a vehicle can have an expected useful life of 8 years. After 8 years, the chance, if 8 years is correct, the chance of that vehicle failing is quite high. And of course, some vehicles can be held for 15 years, 20 years. And of course, the probability of failure of those assets is even higher. So we decided to link the probability of failure to the age of the asset. So what I want to go through and discuss those three concepts of priority, cost, and age in a little bit more detail with a little bit more example. So let's talk about priority. How do we define the priority of the asset to our community? So what we did is we used an initial preliminary gut feel analysis of what is important to our community. And when I set up the system, we organized our assets into 3 levels: priority 1, high priority, priority 2, which is medium priority, and priority 3, which is low priority. And we have allocated to priority 1 all emergency equipment, fire trucks, all of our water systems, our storm systems and sanitary systems, and all of our bridges as priority 1 assets. Priority 2 assets is anything that's not priority 1 that can be attributed to communication systems, electrical systems, instrumentation, mechanical, piping systems, street surfaces, so maybe not parking lot surfaces because streets are probably more important than parking lots for driving, and structures, so things like roofs, windows, doors, but not foundations. You know, foundations are very expensive, but they're not really going to be replaced per se. And we set everything else to priority 3. And what we did using those simple rules is we allocated a priority 1, 2, or 3 to each of our 35,000 assets. That was the first step. Does that make sense so far? Okay. The next thing we looked at was cost. We looked at average replacement costs of similar asset types. So, for example, the price to replace a pump in our booster station is approximately $80,000. I know that the pump, depending on who you get it from and whether, you know, the size could be a little bit larger or smaller, it could be $60,000 or $100,000, but for all intensive purposes, for the purpose of calculating consequence, $80,000 is a reasonably good number to use. It's not $800, and it's probably not going to be $800,000. It's good enough to calculate the consequence. So for each of our 35,000 assets, we also have an approximate replacement cost of that asset. It may mean that if we do need to replace it, we need to actually contact the vendors and get an exact quote. But for the purpose of what we're trying to do, it's a really good start. Next is age. So for that same water pump, for example, I used an example here that the pump was installed in 2011. The expected service life of a pump is approximately 20 years. Which means that today in the year 2021, it's run about 10 years of its useful life, or about half. It is 50% of its life completion, and the pump is operating, just as an example. So what we can say is that the assets that are at the start of their life have ultimately maybe a 0% chance of failure. Operating assets will have a chance of failure depending on their life cycle between 1 and 99%. Any asset that is at the end of its life, that has at the end of its life as we define in the asset management register. So in this case, this pump, if it's been running for 20 years and it has an expected service life of 20 years, it would be 100% complete. And of course, we have a lot of equipment that keeps running beyond 20 years, and those assets are going to have a probability of failure that's higher than 100%. So again, like with our priority, like with our cost, we went through and allocated a probability of failure of that asset strictly on its age for all of our 35,000 assets. So now, what do we do with this, with these 3 bits of information? What this allows us to do is to generate what is a numerical risk score using those 3 factors: percent expired, cost, and priority. So what we did in the example of that pump is we've taken a number which was 50% expired for that pump. If you remember, the pump cost $80,000, and it was a water system pump, which made it a high priority item for the community because everybody relies on drinking water. And that gave us a number of 40,000, an arbitrary number. If we had a different asset, for example, a road, which was quite old and needed replacement, let's say, just for example again, that the road was way past its useful life. It had 160% probability of failure because it hasn't been repaired in a long time. That the cost to replace that road would be $200,000. And it was a priority 2 asset, so it's not emergency, but it's reasonably important. It gave us a score of 160,000. We went through and we applied that to all of our assets as well. But then we realized, what does 160,000 even mean? So we realized what we really needed to do is scale all our assets, all our 35,000 assets, from 0 to 100. That way we know that the worst asset, let's give that a score 100, and everything in between would be between 0 and 100. So in this very simple 2 asset example, our pump would be a risk score of 25, and our road, because it's the highest number, it would be a risk score of 100. So what we did, all our 35,000 assets have been scored by risk in a range from 0 to 100. Does that make sense so far?
Pete, can I just give you a time check? You're at 25 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I'm hoping to get another 4.5 minutes if possible. Is that possible?
Yes, absolutely. Continue. I think it's fascinating. But
okay, I promise I'm done. Okay, I will work as fast as I can here.
No, it's good. And I believe Mayor Borman had a question.
Yes.
No, I was just giving a thumbs up when he asked if that was understandable.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Then, Peter.
Okay, great. So what does this really achieve? If you recall, we started with 7,900 expired assets and $164 million, which was very difficult to comprehend. So what we did is, using that risk score from 0 to 100, we decided to select only assets that have a risk score between 2 and 100. So anything higher than 2 and I guess up to 100. And what that resulted is, instead of 7,900 assets, we had 182 assets that were expired with a risk band from 2 to 100, and our dollar amount dropped from 164 million to $70 million. And what those are, these are questions that we need to ask engineering and facilities and protective services and public works to say, Mr. Asart, we have 33 priority 1 expired assets in engineering. Can you please confirm or deny that those assets are truly expired? We have 125 priority 2 assets, 14 priority 3 assets with approximate replacement costs of all those assets. Now, supposing, for example, we realize as an organization, we don't have $70 million to play with here. We don't have that kind of money. What do we need to do? Well, we need to focus our attention on a narrower band of assets. So what if we change our risk band not to include assets between 2 and 100, but between 6 and 100? So effectively, we absorb the risk of assets failing. Anything less than 6 as an organization, we say we have to be okay with all those other assets that might fail. We don't have a choice. But by changing that risk band, we are now focusing on 28 questions, 28 expired asset inquiries to our organization at a risk band from 6 to 100, that total now only $24.8 million. We went from 8,000 to 28. We have the number of priority 1 assets in engineering, and this is an example. This is older data, of course, but we're able to have exactly an understanding of which department, where the assets reside, what priority they are, what is the replacement cost of those assets. Does that make sense so far? Mayor Borrowman?
Yeah, it's making sense, and maybe you're going to get to this. I'm trying to imagine how administration then applies weighting to this. So arguably, you could bump that up to a risk band of 7 to 100 and reduce the cost to, I don't know, 15 million.
Absolutely.
So is the weighting prioritized by expense, or how do you decide the weighting and the risk band?
I don't think we have. I think what I'm trying to demonstrate is the power of prioritizing by risk. I'm trying to show that it is possible to focus our attention on either the number that works for us, and we have to absorb the risk as an organization of everything else failing. This is basically the concept of making choices. We cannot step away from the responsibility for assets that are going to potentially fail, but we are allowed to demonstrate that we are focusing our efforts with our limited and fiscally constrained funding on the most important assets. Now, the break point of that, I think it's, I don't know that right now. I think we have to start using the system and make those decisions, what works for us. But whatever breakpoint we use, we are doing a trade-off between the funding we have available to make the decisions to replace those assets and the risk that we need to absorb as an organization and defend to the community. Say, I'm sorry, I understand that that road has a pothole in it, but it's not that we have missed that road. It's just that we aren't able to choose that road because we have to focus our funds on higher priority items. So it demonstrates competence, it demonstrates control, that we understand what is happening with all our assets, but we have to make difficult decisions and make the difficult choices with the funding we have available and accept the risks and consequences of the other ones. Does that?
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Very good. I have, I think, 3 slides left, and I think I'm done here. But really what I wanted to do is do a comparison of an older capital plan that had $113 million in it, spent over 5 years. And what I really wanted to do is take a look at our asset management register and adjust that risk band so that the replacement costs over the next 5 years totaled also to $113 million, just to see where it lines out. So it turns out that to do that, I needed to adjust the risk band of our asset management register from 1.3 to 100. So basically, we are absorbing the risk of all assets that have scored less than 1.3 and saying we have to accept that they might fail. But we have 375 assets that the replacement cost of those assets over the next 5 years equal $113 million. And I wanted to see how that compared to the capital plan that we had for $113 million. And what we ended up is a chart. In front of us is the orange wavy line, and that is the capital plan that has gone from $113 million to $53 million, because I only focused on projects that had the word replace, rehabilitate, repair and maintain, life cycle, and capacity in the project title. So it turns out that the other $60 million is spent on new assets. So we really only have $53 million for assets that we are actually potentially replacing. And it ebbs and flows over the next 5 years. Behind that is our asset management register. And this is what we call a bit of a wave of risk that's following us. And what that is about $88 million of assets that are, I like to say, crying for attention. They're crying to be checked to see whether truly they are at the end of their life or they need to be replaced. So these are the questions we need to ask our department managers. For example, what condition is this car in? Does it really need to be replaced this year? Can it wait can it wait a little bit longer? And the other $8 million is for assets that aren't expired, but are also crying for attention because we need to be saving money every year to replace that asset eventually, which means that if we don't put that $8 million in there, it's going to be another shark fin coming up in a year or two again. So what I'm trying to show here is that once we have answered those questions from our department managers, we may find out that some of the $96 million of assets that we have here may not be in such a dire situation as we thought. And what might happen is that that wave of risk gets spread out over time so that the assets we thought we had to replace next year, we can in fact maybe replace in 3 to 5 years. We don't know that yet. But from the data that we have right now, we have a wave of risk that's following us, and we need to start addressing those assets that are expired. And so just the 5 key conclusions really, we have comprehensive data from our current existing systems, which will improve with time. Ultimately, it's a cycle of improvement. We are seeking alignment and engagement early in the implementation process. We presented these concepts to engineering, public works, facilities, emergency services. We're using simple concepts: percentage of life complete, cost, priority. We're hoping that this this facilitates understanding, engagement, and encourages early adoption. For example, when I tell you we have an asset, maybe you're already thinking, how old is that asset? How much does it cost to replace? What priority is it? And how does it rank on our scale of 0 to 100? If you're thinking that, the mission has been achieved. We can also currently defend our positions with quantifiable and objective spectrum of risk. If somebody says in our community, there's a pothole on my road, we can say, we know about it, instead of we missed it. We can say, we know about it, but we have to make choices. We have to prioritize our funding, and we are totally aware of the condition of that road, but we just don't have the funding right now to address it. It's an informed, difficult decision. And ultimately, our decision-making confidence will only improve with time and data quality. And I apologize if this went a little bit over. I tried for weeks to get this shorter, but there's a lot of concepts here. I wanted to make sure that we have the understanding, really important for that. And I'll leave this now open to questions. If anyone has any questions, I'd be hopefully able to answer them.
Any questions for Mr. Kinsberg? Yes, Councillor Comfort.
I'm just wondering, where does obsolescence fit into this? So for instance, old technology, fax machines we have to maintain apparently because of legal requirements, the fax documents, maintaining paper records versus digital records, things like that. Is there some mechanism that you use to fit this into this other equation? And this is fascinating. I love it. This is meat and drink to me. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Comfort. I think for obsolescence, I think in many cases as technology changes, as codes change, this is where myself and the finance and asset management group will be approaching the engineering managers, or they would be approaching me and saying, Peter, I realize that asset is not expired, but we need to replace it because of regulatory reasons or code reasons. Or for example, I might come back and say, we need to replace this asset. And someone might say, you know what, we can't, Pete, because we can't buy a fax machine anymore. So I think this is where the discussions and integration with the entire organization has to come in. There has to be back and forth feedback communication as what are we going to do with those assets. So I think it is in there, but it's part of deciding how many years the asset has, how many years we can hold on to that asset, and what would it cost to replace that asset with either new technology or existing technology. So for each of our assets, this would happen. But of course, with 35,000 assets, we have to prioritize maybe the water treatment code requirements if there are any over fax machines, because they're just not, we just have too many higher important activities that we need to review first.
Yeah, and Pete, I have a question, and I think it's maybe more of a statement. But so this is one source of information, but there are times where we look to replacing an asset because there's other compatible assets being replaced at the same time. So for example, water mains under a road. If you're going to rebuild the road, even the life of a water main is much longer than the life of a road, for example. So how do you balance that? Or is that, again, one of those back and forth?
So this is the benefit of using existing systems. One of the key contributors to the asset management database was the geographic information system we have in town. And by allocating the locations of our assets, for example, allocating the locations of our sewers with the locations of our roads in a geographic information system, we're able to realize, hey, this particular work can offer opportunities for replacing other assets as well because of its location. Now, we need to do a bit more work with engineering to ensure that the locations are really addressed for the segments of road and segments of underground facilities, underground sewers and water mains. I used information in GIS so far, but I would love to have the opportunity to work with engineering and optimize that further so that we're able to do exactly that, to start timing projects that can be done together based on their age and perhaps replacing a newer road sooner because of a much older sewer that's underneath it. But that's the whole point of using the database, that we can see it all together, that I can see the road assets and maybe the parks assets and facilities assets, everything in one place, in one location.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to add on to that in terms of the projects in municipal infrastructure. Currently, there is a process between engineering and public works where the management teams do sit down and take a look at what's on deck in terms of road rehab and also storm drainage, right? Because those are the two most obvious kind of couple projects. And then also the DPTs, as we saw recently and are still seeing with TIP 20. So I think the benefit of the asset management program that Pete is presenting today is really that it formalizes some of those processes that we've had in place for some time, but they tend to be quite informal. So it's really just kind of drawing those into, and also putting that in the bigger context of other competing needs for infrastructure. So it really is progressing the work and sophistication of our asset management system at the town.
Thank you, Whitney. And Councillor Sanford, you had a question? And then Mayor Borman.
Yes, thank you, Pete. That was really, really interesting. Good way to frame a lot of our issues that we talk about capital, for sure. We, a few years ago, set up a asset replacement reserve, and using your formulas here, are we able to evaluate that reserve to see if we are able to cover the risk as it's coming upon us?
I think we're going to have to do that. I think we're still early days in implementing the program. Again, as part of customizing the program to our needs, I think it's a logical progression to ensure that the information and, the information I have comes from, it's very objective, it comes from the outside. There is a lot of work that needs to be done to now start using this information, applying it to our reserve fund structures and understanding how we're going to use that information. I think it's absolutely a logical progression of where we need to go. But I don't think that right now, where we are today with the program as presented so far, that's not where we are right now. But I'm hoping that's where we're going to be going to.
Ms. Richardson?
Yeah, and if I could just build on that a little further, this is kind of a bit of a transition maybe into some of what we're going to be talking about later, where specifically I will be going through the reserve balances. And what we'll see when we look at that asset rehab and replacement reserve is we are intentionally, strategically contributing to that and growing the balance over the 5-year planning window. And partially that is to address exactly the work that Mr. Kinsberg is doing and recognizing that need that we have to be able to have sufficient reserves to handle $1 billion worth of replacement value and 34,000 assets. So we are working to build that reserve to address those needs. We're still kind of in the early days of still refining this asset management data to be in a position to feel confident basing decisions on it. So we're kind of progressing both in tandem right now, building that reserve and also continuing to further refine the asset management information.
Thank you. Mayor Borman?
Yeah, I did ask my questions during the presentation, but I just wanted to add my thanks to Mr. Kinsberg for this presentation. As a member of council, I found it really interesting and very, very helpful. But more importantly, or from a different perspective, as a resident and taxpayer, I find this very reassuring, knowing that we're applying such detailed analysis on decisions that affect our tax requirements. So thanks for the work you've been doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Sanford?
Yes, thank you. Just in relation to that, for the past few years when we've been budgeting our capital investments, we were using the ABCD process of determining what's absolutely necessary and what is discretionary. So is that kind of on the right track of what you're talking about now is more of a refinement to that process? But we have been using a process like that for a while, right?
So we still, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Pete. We are still, council will see in the package today that for today's finance committee meeting, we are still utilizing for this budgeting cycle, the ABCD ratings. This year we were exploring a number of nuances to that and looking at some different matrices of how we evaluate, especially very different types of projects against each other. It's quite challenging. But what we found this year was COVID was really kind of a distilling point of changing some of that. So we have been exploring, potentially starting to move away a little bit from the ABCD. There is a lot of legacy behind that, and it is a very helpful, simple way of kind of quantifying different projects against each other. So I don't know if moving forward we'll get away from that entirely, but I think asset management helps provide some nuance behind the scenes that will help inform how we bring those forward. But that's definitely something we'll be exploring going into our next budget cycle, which will be happening shortly.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Are there any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee for Mr. Ginsberg? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Peter. I think that was a very valuable presentation and certainly is an excellent frame, as Councillor Sanford was saying, for our capital budget discussions.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And so now we will move on to the capital overview, and Ms. Richardson.
Perfect. Pete, I think you might have to stop your screen share so I can start mine. If you're still there. There we go. Wonderful. Okay. Perfect. So this morning we're going to talk about the capital budget, the 2021 capital budget for approval, and the 5-year capital plan for adoption. So this is the agenda we have for the first portion of today's meeting, and following this we'll have the discussion of the new fire hall proposed funding after we go through the rest of the capital program for some context. At the very end we want to go through a little bit ahead of Thursday's meeting, and then if there's any time pending, there are a few issues from last week that I was thinking we could circle back to, but again we'll see how we do with time. So for this first part, we did want to go through the asset management implementation to provide some context for some of the lens and the approach that we're trying to move to going forward. This year was a little bit of a blend of more how we've done our capital budgeting traditionally, but informed by some of the concepts from asset management. So I'll go through a little bit of the planning process, an overview of the capital generally, then a little bit about the funding framework before I pass it over to our 3 GMs to go through their department priorities for each of our divisions. So starting with the planning process, in addition to some of the asset management concepts. So as you are aware, Council recently met to review their priorities considering the COVID situation, and these updates were made. Ms. Rogers spoke to this last week in the context of the operating budget, but obviously it's also very critical when we're doing our planning on the capital budgeting side. So these were considered and included in both our capital budget and our longer capital plan. In addition to the direction provided by Council, we also have our many master plans and strategies that have been approved by Council for planning purposes, and these help to guide us as administration in the preparation of the budget. And then the long-term financial strategy is a little bit more of an umbrella document, which looks at the requirements that are identified in many of these plans and seeks to provide the longer-term framework to ensure that we have appropriate funding levels to maintain and replace the assets in the overall capital program. So some of that's informed by the long-term financial strategy, and then also all the work we're doing in the asset management area. So in addition to those kind of master documents that inform everything, we take all the information from that, and then similar to previous years, the department teams then create their initial plans. Then we also met as a management group, those of us, those managers that had significant capital projects to bring forward, so that they would also be aware of the bigger picture of what was being brought forward from other departments, to have that whole context for the capital program as a whole. And then CST met to review that project list, and there were some further revisions made at that time as well. So again, I think the Finance Committee is well aware of what comprises our capital budget. But again, just as a reminder, it does identify any assets to be acquired and the required, that was a tongue twister, funding to do so. And as a reminder, it's not just physical, tangible capital assets we include within our capital budget, not just things like building improvements and vehicles, but it also includes studies and plans and things that inform our capital planning and have a multi-year benefit. And so really this capital budget becomes our action plan then for the upcoming period of what we need and how we're going to fund it, whether that's through grants, our operating capital, capital reserves, or debt financing. So 2021, we're looking for approval, and that's really the detailed proposed capital expenditure for the upcoming year. And then the capital planning summary includes those planned major capital expenditures and funding required for adoption. And it's at a bit of a higher level. It identifies those future capital needs, what the estimated costs are, and the funding required in the context of our available and projected future financial resources. So we were just speaking with this, Councillor Sanford, but we are still using our ABCD prioritization. So again, A is absolutely necessary. That's legislated, regulatory, life safety, or really critical to existing asset or service integrity. Those are things that we must do. B is more beneficial, and it must meet one or more of these criteria. So we're talking about a high level of community expectation, needed to maintain the current infrastructure or service levels, that there's long-term efficiency, cost savings, or economic benefit, or are aligned with a council priority. C are things that can wait. These are more nice to haves, new things, enhancements, aesthetics, or responses to community demand. And finally, we have D projects that we're delaying, and really those are pending an alternate source of funding. We don't have a currently identified source of funding for them, but we would bring them forward pending identification of additional funding resources. So these are, again, enhancement nice to haves, and they usually only benefit a few and have a significant either upfront purchase cost or construction cost, or have ongoing significant operational costs. And we do have a lot of worthy projects that we do end up classifying as a D. It's not that we don't want to do them. They are things that we would really like to do. We just don't have sufficient identified funding to address everything. So every year we report on our debt and reserve statistics. So we spoke briefly about this last week, again, mostly in the context of 2021. So I did want to take a few minutes to go through it again for the full 5 years of our capital plan. So council has set policies, and then this first column here is the policy provisions. So for the down limit, the intent is to stay below the 70%. So for 2021, we're at 48.9%. In 2022, and that's when the fire hall would come on. And again, we'll talk about that more later, but there's significant debt currently planned for that, which is where we go up to 65.6, which is where we come closest to that 70%. And then it tapers off a bit, again, staying well below the 70% for those remaining 3 years. And that's also captured in that visual table that's included in, I believe, section 8 of your binders. I wasn't going to flash it here again because we've already seen it. But as a reminder, it is visually captured there as well. The percentage of our debt maturing within 10 years is intended to be less than 50%. We're currently well below that at 11.5. Similarly, and we've talked about this one before as well, our debt servicing limit is intended to be less than 70% of the MGA limit. So we're at 31.6, 29.4, and then the payments related to the debt that we're taking in 22 for the fire hall, those payments start in 2023, which is where we see that increase to 38.5. And then again, we're below that threshold for all 5 years of the capital plan. The percentage of municipal taxes used to fund tax-supported debt servicing costs is intended to stay below 15%. So again, we're well below that for the 3 operating years at 4.4, 3.7, and 5.3. We do, in the utility model, make use of debt at a higher rate than we do in the tax-supported capital plan. And that's really because of the generally longer-term nature of the investments that we're making on the utility side. Those are usually longer-term projects. So we have a higher provision there at 22% versus the 15% for tax-supported. And I just want to highlight that for we're under for 21 and 22, but then by 23, we start to creep up just slightly above that provision. Again, this is just a year for adoption, but we are going to be keeping an eye on that. We have been taking a significant amount of debt for utility capital projects. So as we move into the next budget cycle here for 2022, that is something we will be keeping an eye on. And finally, for information's sake, we do have the interest rates, but as I covered those last week, I won't be going through them again now. We hadn't gone through the reserves yet, so this I did want to spend a bit of time going through the provisions from our reserves policy. So the reserves policy does specify the minimum and target balance for each of our reserves, and these are more specifically the operating reserves, and I'll be getting into the capital reserves in just a little bit. So the first is the tax stabilization reserve, which, as the Finance Committee may recall, is to mitigate tax rate increases of an emergent non-recurring case.
Councillor McCallum has a question, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Could you just go to the previous screen, please?
Of course.
Sorry. So when we talk about that line 2, the percentage of debt limit used, and in 2022, the value is 65.6%. The delta between 65.6 and 70%, how much does that represent in dollars?
Oh, Mr. Irwin, I don't know if you're here and have that at your fingertips. I believe it's about $3 million. So obviously, we're going to circle back to this as part of that separate agenda item related to the fire hall funding strategy. But
yeah, I just wanted to know from a straight dollar.
Yeah, so it gets pretty close in the chart you can see, and I think that gap there, I want to say off the top of my head, is about $3 million.
3.9.
Thank you.
3.9. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Sorry, can you clarify, Rick? Was that 3.9 or 2.9?
3.9 million.
3.9. Thank you.
That was my question. Thank you so much.
So unless there's any further questions on the debt, I'm going to keep going with the reserves just because I know we have a lot to cover today, but that is where we start to get quite close. That is about, sorry.
Mayor Bowman has a question.
So far. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just on the previous page that I had a question on page 3 of your report, and it's in regards to the chart show 2021 funding by source. Will you be talking about that chart, or have we moved past that?
The pie charts?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have those in a little bit, so you are ahead of the game. You have a specific question now, or are you happy to?
Well, I'll wait for you to talk about those charts. Thanks.
Perfect. So again, just cut me off. I'm seeing some people, but not everybody. So I'll try to do what I can. But again, just jump in if you have any questions. I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers at you very quickly. So again, here we were just going through the reserve statistics, and the first one there is the tax stabilization. So again, per our reserves policy, we have a minimum and target balance set, and those are at 3% and 7% of our annual operating expenditures respectively. So these bolded numbers here are the planned ending projected balance for each of those years. So given everything we've been doing with COVID, we are actually above our target balance for 2021 and 2022. And that is specifically because of the most money and some of the intentional contributions we've been making, both to address COVID and also future fire and RCMP costs. You can see by 2023, we're back within that range of between the minimum and target balances. Next is the general operating reserve, and that's to provide funding for unforeseen general operating emergency expenditures. And again, the minimum and target levels are set by the reserve at 5% and 10% of annual operating expenditures. And so we don't have any planned changes for the 3 years of the operating plan, and we're sitting between that minimum and target balance towards the minimum end of the range. And next pertains to the corporate operating contingency, and that related to multi-year budgeting, so it really isn't relevant given our current single year approval approach. But I just want to highlight that that is another provision that's in the reserve, but we don't currently have a corporate contingency as we're not in a multi-year budgeting position right now. So this is where I was going to get into the 2021 funding by source. So this is just kind of a visual representation of where the funding for our 2021 capital program is coming from. So grants at 38% is the biggest contributor. We also heavily rely on our reserves at 27%. We're taking debt, that's 23% of the 2021 funding. Operating is 9%, and then other, which includes the developer contributions, is only 3%. And Mayor Borman, you had a question on this table?
Yeah, thanks very much. So in trying to anticipate the grant funding, do you try to factor in the risk for provincial grant funding given the financial situation the province is in?
And specifically MSI is what you're thinking there, or?
Specifically that, but there's other grants that come up from time to time, and I think that'll be less likely while the province goes through some fiscal challenges.
Mm-hmm. So I was going to, I'm just checking where that is. I was going to get into it a little bit later when we talk specifically about grants and just some of our key assumptions. And specifically, we've kind of had a lot of concern about MSI. So I'll get into some of the specifics around that we know that program already was being phased out. And so looking forward, knowing that that was coming, we'd already been quite conservative with our assumptions when we project some of those critical grants into the future. And then also the challenges that the province is now facing with COVID. And we've received some notification that they might be looking to make some changes there, but information has been quite slim. So generally, we've been, I would say, quite conservative with what we're anticipating as contributions into in from that grant funding. And then we've also, I would say, been conservative in what we're proposing to fund from grants, so that we're not then dealing with a shortfall of having planned projects that then we don't have sufficient grant funding to support. So we've been quite conservative in our assumptions on both sides, just so we're not caught unawares. And again, as further information becomes available, that is the advantage of why we were looking to do a 1-year approval and not 2, is just to be able to not plan too far ahead for just the uncertainty that we're currently dealing with.
Okay, thanks. That's a helpful answer.
And if there isn't anything else on the funding, again, I think we've shown these tables in previous years. This just shows the expenditure by service area, so which departments and areas are contributing to the bulk of the expenditures. So again, utilities is the lion's share of the capital program for 2021 at 36%, and engineering is the next largest section at 33%. Then we also have facilities at 13%, public works at 7%, solid waste services, and then IT at 4%, and then all the other areas are about 2%. So really the lion's share of the capital program for next year is encompassed in kind of 2 main areas and then a few other ones. The utilities always is a big portion of our capital program. This next table shows over the 5 years, and just as a reminder, this does include those D projects that we are tracking, as if funding comes available, we would be looking to do them. So the total capital expenditures over that 5-year window is $12 million rounded, and this shows by year what that is. So as you can see, 2022 is the bulkiest year of the 5-year program. That's when we have the fire hall at $14.15 million, and there's also $9 million for the Pump House 2 treatment capacity upgrade. So a couple big projects, both on the tax supported and utilities side. Ms. DeSoto?
Yes, I think I heard you say this does include the D projects. So what is the value of those D projects?
Oh, that is a great question, and I don't have it at my fingertips. Phone a friend, Mr. Irwin.
4.8 million over the 5 years.
Million. So really, when we look at what is funded, That would be 107 million.
107.
107.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then this next one is similar data, but it does show the breakdown between the utilities and the town operation side. And again, this would include the Ds. So for what we are actually currently intending to spend, it would be about 5 million less than that, again, pending any grant or other funding sources coming forward to support those.
I'm going to have to remember that adjective you used, bulky. And talking about a lot of money, it's a bulky year.
That is not a technical term, but hopefully you get where I was going with that. So I just wanted to continue on a little bit more with the funding framework side of things. And here was where I was going to specifically talk a little bit more about the grants and generally our assumptions around MSI. So you can see from 2021 to 2022, there is a big drop in that grant balance. And that is because we are planning to use 5.2 million of the MSI money for the fire hall. And I believe that's both across the enabling works and the construction itself. But again, we'll likely need to revisit these assumptions in future years as we gain more information. So as we've, I think, been speaking about the last few years, MSI will come to an end in 2021-22. And then it's being replaced with this local government fiscal framework. That's our new acronym, LGFF. So what we know now is that it is an overall smaller envelope of funding. But as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been any information released about an allocation methodology. So we know overall it's less, but then what our portion of that will be is still difficult to ascertain. MSI is a combined formula of per capita and assessment, which works quite well for the town. But again, if they were to look at a different allocation model, difficult to say what we'll be looking at going forward. So again, we've been a little bit conservative there. Ms. DeSoto?
Yeah, and I would just add to that is at a recent AUMA webinar that I participated in, they were suggesting that we look at a 25% reduction for the LGFF moving forward. So if you look at what our annual contributions were, around 5 million, I think. So we could be seeing, $1 million less a year or more. Councillor Comfort?
I just wanted to be clear. So the LGFF has replaced MSI?
It will this coming
cycle.
year. Correct.
Thank you.
So this is the breakdown. We're still calling.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Could I just ask Ms. DeSoto to say that again? What did you say, 25%? What was your figure?
That's what yes, I mean, AUMA is cautioning municipalities to do exactly as Ms. Richardson said we were doing, be conservative in their budgeting estimates, and the LGFF is anticipated to be quite a bit less than the MSI. The benefit of the LGFF is it's supposed to be written into the Municipal Government Act, so it'll be more difficult to change, and that includes the formula for whether it's per capita or a mixture of per capita and assessment-based. But yeah, none of that is solidified as yet.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So next I was just going to show specifically, and again, the title is still MSI, but it will transition to LGFF. This is just kind of the legacy name, but specifically how that plays out. So we are starting with a balance going into 2021 of 5.4 million. The 2021 assumption is the most recent information we have received from the province, but again, that's dating back to December of 2019, so pre-COVID. How that might have changed since then, we are not sure. And then we've reduced it by about 20% for some of the information we were receiving from sources like the AUMA, as Ms. DeSoto was just speaking to. So that's where that 3.6 comes from. Then we have the capital funding coming out. So for all future years, we've actually been even more conservative, and compared to the 5 million roughly that we used to get, we're sitting at about half of that for what we're projecting for additions. Again, just to be conservative until we get some further concrete information. So we have 2.5 million for each of the remaining 4 years of the capital program. In 2022, that's where the fire hall is. So you can see we are using a big chunk of that funding specifically for that project, and that's been intended for a while. And then we have less that we're planning to use in the future years, again, until we have more certainty as to what the future of that funding program will look like. So that's specifically how the MSI program transitioning to LGFF will play out, and how we've made those assumptions.
Yeah, and just thank you, Chelsea. Could you also speak to, I believe the province has let us know that we will not receive grant funding until we're ready to spend it. So if we're sort of
Correct.
banking funding for the fire hall in 2022, is it possible that we won't receive that 3.6 million in 2021 then?
So generally, I think what you're speaking to there is there has been a change. So we used to receive our, and well, I hope I'm getting this right because this is starting to predate my time with the town, but generally we received our MSI funding on the regular schedule. And one of the biggest changes we've seen in the past year is that now they're only releasing the funding as you're basically requiring it. So as your projects are going forward. So while the money pertains to 2021, if the project that we're proposing to use it for happens later, it's now based on the cash flow rather than the year that our allocation relates to, if that makes sense. So that is also one of the reasons that we're trying to use up more significant amounts of it in 2021 and 2022. We're trying to weight it more heavily towards the front end to make sure we actually will be receiving our allotments in kind of a timely manner, that we're matching the cash flows to those projects. Whereas, you know, historically we received the money and then proceeded with the projects and did the reporting later. So that has been a change, and it's flagged potentially a little bit of risk for us. And so we're intentionally using that money sooner rather than holding on to it for future projects.
Mr. Irwin?
Just for perspective there, that beginning balance of 5.4 million, that's what the book balance is. There's actually 4.7 million that they haven't sent us yet, and it's supposed to come in February, but assuming it will, but that is our allocation for 2020, but we don't have it in the bank.
Correct. Yeah, that's a great point. Thanks for that.
Okay. Yeah, and there is a risk there. Certainly if we're not proceeding with the projects, but yeah, depends potentially how long this fiscal concern for the province with the pandemic and the downturn in royalties from oil revenues persists, I guess. Okay.
Definitely. So that was all I was going to kind of cover on the grant side. And then I was just going to move into our reserve balances. Again, this is a table that I believe the Finance Committee will be familiar with. It shows our total reserves balances, and then the colors indicate the area of the reserve. So operating there is purple, development reserves are green, utility and the PAH are red, and then our capital reserves are the blue, which is where the most of the money in our reserves are. And I'm going to get into a little bit more of the specifics on each of these, which I think will be a little bit helpful for context and provide a little more detail. So I'm not going to speak to all of those reserves. We do have the restricted ones like the Art Trust and Economic Development reserves, and any projects pertaining to those will be covered in the presentations later as we go through project by project. So really here again, for the sake of time, since we have a lot to get through today, I'm going to focus on the most discretionary in some ways reserves and kind of the biggest dollar ones. So for the general capital reserve, we start with a balance of 4.4 million for 2021, and then we contribute annually 600,000. So over those 5 years, we'll be contributing a total of $3 million. That adjustment in 2023, that pertains to the repayment from the purchase of the New Life Christian lands. So you might recall that that was to be repaid with the first proceeds from the Mountain Haven cooperative units. So that's the repayment in 2023 of the money that was kind of borrowed from that reserve for that land purchase. And then over the 5 years, we're funding 2.8 million in capital projects from that reserve. So at the end of the 5-year planning window, we'll have 5.6, so slightly more than we started with. in our general capital reserve. Next, we have the photo radar reserve.
In the other reserves, you were talking about targets and minimum balances. Do we have those for the Gen Cap as well?
I'll pull the specific language. My recollection is that it is not a specific dollar value or percentage of expenditures like those operating ones are, but rather I think, and again, Mr. Irwin, if you can pull it quicker than me, I believe it just says sufficient to fund basically our capital plan.
Yes, best practices call for fund balances based on an analysis of needs of the municipality, taking into consideration long-term financial strategies, capital project plans, and asset management plans. So, oh, sorry, I read the wrong one. Sorry. Adequate to fund new capital projects identified as reserve funded in the long-term financial strategy and capital planning summary, unanticipated capital expenditures within the next 10 years. So it's very open.
Okay, sorry, I thought at one point it was $6 million was our minimum balance, but maybe that was an old reserve policy.
Yeah, that was very, very old. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Currently, the ones we have are less prescriptive, if that's the right word to use for that, and are a little bit more tailored to our needs rather than a certain dollar value. Mayor Borman?
Thanks. Could you just quickly, again, review the adjustments in 2023?
Sure. So when was that, all the years are running together for me, I'm sorry, was it 2020, Ms. DeSoto, or 2019 when we did the purchase of the New Life Christian lands? I might be getting the name wrong.
Beginning of 2020.
2020.
Thank you. Yes. So in order to fund that purchase, to transfer that land to Canmore Community Housing, in order to fund that purchase, we did borrow from our own general capital reserve in order to make that purchase happen. So we borrowed $1 million that we funded from our general capital reserve. But the intent at that time was that as the units in the Mountain Haven Cooperative sold, that those funds would come back to the town, would go into the PAH reserve, but then be transferred to the general capital reserve to repay it. For that purchase. So we kind of borrowed from this reserve to make that purchase happen. And then when in 2023, when those units are expected to be sold, we'll receive that repayment.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
So yeah, that kind of stands out. It is a little bit unusual, and we'll see that again a little bit later when we look at the PAH reserve. Unless there's anything else on the general capital, I was going to move on to the photo radar. So we start 2021 with just under 500,000, and we're utilizing a good portion of that over the 5 years. So the additions are obviously what comes into the photo radar reserve, and then the adjustments, that is where that funding for the 1.5 officers come from. Councillor McCallum, I think we were speaking to that a little bit last week, and that's where that comes out of. And then we also have the capital funding we're taking for the eligible projects that we can fund through the photo radar reserve. So again, using a significant portion of that over the 5-year window, ending with 161,000. Next up is the asset replacement reserve. So we're starting with 7.8 million, and over the 5 years, we are contributing 15.7 million. And again, this is where in the context of the asset management presentation, we are intentionally trying to grow this reserve to address the significant needs that we've identified related to some of our older assets and fund all the critical work we have in this area. Also with the new sustainability reserve that we'll be creating, again, as we're looking ahead to things and building them with kind of that green sustainability lens. That also comes with costs related to replacing some of our assets. And so the intent is that funding for those initiatives as well would likely come from this reserve. So that is why we're growing it over the 5-year window. So we're contributing 15.7 and funding 12.3 million from that reserve, again, over the 5 years. Next, we have the flood mitigation reserve. And yeah, Mayor Borman.
Again, could you just repeat what you said about the sustainability reserve connection to the asset replacement reserve?
Sure. So I believe as Ms. Smithers spoke to as part of the franchise fee presentation, the intent of the sustainability reserve at this point, but we are still working with the Public Works team on coming up with a work plan and the definitions that will all come forward at the time of the final budget approval when we bring the reserve policy back. But the intent at this point is that it will kind of be an incubation space that will fund studies and planning and projects and those types of things. But if we're talking about some of the major, some of the sustainability work that's inherent to how we approach our capital program, we're envisioning that a lot of that will likely come from this reserve. So when we look at something like our fleet replacement, but now if we're doing that with electric vehicles, that comes from our asset replacement reserve. If we're looking at replacing any facilities, but any green initiatives as part of that, again, that comes with additional cost. And rather than piecemeal out what portion is related to sustainability initiatives as part of that project, we're putting the money into the asset replacement to fund the entire capital project. But it is likely to contain those elements. Does that kind of help with the distinction there?
I think so. So
Okay.
we'll see the asset replacement reserve increase according or in response to the funding that we've directed for sustainability.
So the sustainability reserve will be separate and will grow, but that's to really do the planning work and the studies and the reports and those types of things. But then likely the actual work that comes out of it is likely to be funded through these other reserves like the asset replacement.
The way I think you were describing it a week or so ago was in that build back better concept.
Correct.
So when we are replacing assets, we
Right.
will be looking at the sustainability initiatives, whether it be fleet or infrastructure like facilities, etc. So that's why, and those are larger projects that require a significant funding. It made sense to take all of the funding for those larger projects out of the same bucket, which is the asset replacement reserve. Ms. Smithers, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the intent there is not to see the asset management or asset replacement fueled by sustainability to kind of sit in its own bucket, because it is going to become integral to just how we do business. So it's really the sustainability reserve is the space to maybe pilot some projects, expand thinking about how we could do things more in alignment with the overall sustainability goals of the town, and then have that inform how we do the asset replacement.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on asset replacement, or I'll move on to the flood mitigation reserve? So the flood mitigation reserve, again, the long-term financial strategy did specify that contributions should increase by $50,000 each year. So that's been incorporated here. So you'll see each year those contributions gradually increasing over the 5 years. And again, we don't have any planned funding for it. The intent is to really build that reserve. My understanding here is that if there was to be another flood, that then we have sufficient reserve to be able to clear any debris behind it, that kind of thing. It isn't intended to be ongoing. The intent is to build it until such time as we need it in the future. Next, we have our utilities reserves. I didn't want to spend too much time on this since Mr. Camo would have covered this with his presentation at the time the rates were approved back in December. But these are the balances of the utilities reserves and are a significant component of both our capital program and our reserve balances. We also have the reserves for solid waste services, both collection and recycling. Again, we have approved rates for 2021, so I wasn't going to spend too much time in this area. So the PAH reserve, so again, we have 250,000 coming in each year, and this is where those adjustments happen. So this is related to what we were just speaking about with the general capital reserve, where we have that repayment. So the adjustment, the 3.5 million is the adjustment related to the Mountain Haven units, less a loan payback that was done in 2020, which I believe is why it's kind of an odd amount. And then that's where that $1,050,000 comes out of those proceeds and repays the general capital reserve. So that's all that activity in 2023 relates to the sale of the Mountain Haven units and then repaying the loan. And Mr. Irwin, I see you're coming to my rescue to help with that one.
2020 actually wasn't a loan. It was actually the first payment toward against the 4 point. So the overall was 4.2 million, and they paid 760, but they don't expect the other units to be sold till between now and 2023.
Perfect. Thanks for that clarification.
And Kelsey, all these tables will be provided in presentation materials for council.
Correct. Yeah. So again, like the other ones, I'll make sure that this presentation is saved in that same location. So council, or rather I should say finance committee, can reference back to all of these at a later time. Finally, we have the offsite levy. The additions are an estimate, so it really depends on the level of development, which is why we kind of just have it as a stable amount as an assumption. But again, it varies significantly based on development within the community. And then when we look at the capital funding, that is quite specific. It does need to be those growth-related projects, only those that are specifically included and identified within our offsite levy bylaw. So that is all quite prescribed. So those are the big reserves I was going to cover. There are other ones like the recreation levy that is available for growth-related recreation projects. It has an ending balance of $45,000. There's our cash in lieu reserves for bear bins, parking, the municipal reserve. We're using a little bit of that, so $100,000 from the bear bins reserve for the residential food waste expansion project in 2021, and then $67,000 of the municipal reserve for the tennis court expansion. But again, those are relatively smaller, so I didn't want to spend as much time on those as these more material ones. But as a reminder, those other reserves exist. So that wraps up what I had planned for this morning. And next, I thought we could get into a little bit about the specific department priorities. So if there aren't any questions from everything I've covered so far at this point, I would look to move over to Ms. Cottle, I believe was going first.
I'm just thinking that right now might be a good time for a 10-minute break, if that would work. Mm-hmm. Before we went, Councillor McCallum, did you have a question?
I did have a question, and this might not be the best time to answer it. It might be best answered when we open up the capital projects to discuss them. But I just wanted to understand, and again, it doesn't have to be answered now. It could be answered when we get to that point. What kind of process administration has gone through to ensure the accuracy of the budget line items? I know that in past we've had a difficult time in terms of pricing for capital, and we've had issues where we've had to come back and looking for more money. And I'm just trying to understand what we've done for 2021 capital to mitigate that concern or that problem. And so, yeah, like it could happen. I just wanted to bring it up now in terms of when you're thinking in terms of your presentations. Maybe that's better to bring up when we go through the actual capital onesies, twosies. It's up to you.
Yeah, I think maybe let's hold off on responding to that until we get into the bigger infrastructure projects, which is where I think we've had these capital budgets.
I just wanted to bring it up early so you guys could figure out where to insert it. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. And so be back at 10:40, please. Okay, well, we're at 10:41. We're just waiting for Councillor Hillstad to join, but I think we will get started. And we are now moving into the general manager presentations on their individual service areas or divisions. So Sally Cottle will take us through municipal services to start.
I sure will. And as with all other presenters, if, can you see my screen?
Not yet. We can see
Okay.
you, not your
I
screen.
think I'd probably hit the wrong button again. But once I get it going, which I will eventually, please just interrupt anytime with questions or comments. Here we go. I think that should do it.
Yes, we can see that.
It tells me I'm sharing my screen. Okay, this should be relatively quick, famous last words, but I'm here to just review the few capital projects for 2021 in municipal services. So we have very few in the 2021 budget. There are 2 in economic development, 1 in arts and events, and 2 in protective services through the fire department. So I'm just going to walk through these 5. The first on page 8, if you go to tab 5 of your binder for council, this is on page 8, the Business Resiliency Grant Program. And this is coming in from the Economic Development Reserve for $50,000. So as part of the pandemic response plan that Economic Development did in 2020, one of their programs was a business-to-business voucher program that was part of the pandemic response. The applications to this program exceeded the budget. It was considered to be a very cost-effective program with big bang for the buck for those who participated, and it was highly successful and well received. So this project is basically a second version of that program. And the way the program works is that any business that applies can get up to $2,000 in a grant, and they use it for professional services, largely digital professional services. The idea is to figure out how you can use online tools to increase market access to your goods and services. And in order to participate, you have to get 2 quotes from local vendors. So it's really trying to get local businesses to use local vendors in support of one another. So that's the first program in economic development, a continuation of that program. The second one is on page 10 of your binder, and that's the retail gap analysis and light industrial review. And this is also funded from the Economic Development Reserve, and the cost for this project is $45,000. So this is one of the 5 top priorities from the economic development strategy that was approved by council in early 2020. And it really has 2 parts. One is the retail gap analysis, which documents our current retail inventory, measures retail inflow and outflow or surplus where we have more than enough of one type of retail, and leakage, which is not enough, where people are going to other communities for that retail, and which assists with business promotion and attraction. The second part of this study is a light industrial review, which is really a supply and demand analysis and a land inventory and strategy around industrial lands and industrial type business. So those are the 2 projects from economic development. As I mentioned at the start, Arts and Events has one, which is the Building Neighborhoods Builds Community program. This is a second version of this, and this is on page 12 of your binder. This is from the Art Trust for $35,000. And again, as part of the economic development pandemic response, there was a arts and events project where 9 artists were paired with neighborhoods to do a community art project. This is just another round of that project because, again, it was very well received. And it's a great way to support the art sector, which we know is one of the hardest hit by the pandemic. So it gives artists an opportunity to make some income and also to show their wares and their product and to help build community. These projects also are really good for community resilience, social cohesion, and neighborhood connection, all things that have been difficult for us to build during the pandemic. So again, 9 artists will be paired with 9 neighborhoods and they'll create various projects together. And then there are 2 projects that are actually funded from taxes, and those are both in the fire department. The first one is on page 26 of your binder, which is the gas detection program. This is a $40,000 project that is simply a life cycle replacement, very similar to what Mr. Kinsberg talked about at the beginning of this meeting. This is a piece of initial response equipment that the fire department takes to them on calls. It helps them to identify dangerous, explosive, and flammable gases and the concentration level so that they have a sense of what they are potentially walking into. It's current equipment that we have, and it is just nearing the end of its life cycle and seeing increased maintenance costs. So the analysis has been that it's time for a replacement. And the same is true of the last program, which is the Kubota mini pumper, which is on page 28 in your binder. It's also funded from operating for $25,000. This is another life cycle replacement. Again, a piece of initial response equipment, and it is starting to see increased maintenance costs as well. So it's been deemed it's wise to replace it at this time. And that's really it that's all that municipal services has in terms of capital projects. I'm happy to answer any questions about these.
I don't see any questions, Sally. I did want to just build on something. For the gas detector, you said funded from taxes, and for the Kubota, you said funded from operating. And there's just a nuance there that the operating capital is coming from franchise fees this year for the first time, and that was part of the franchise fee allocation that Ms. Richardson proposed.
I should have said operating. I think my slide said operating.
It did.
My slip was taxes, yes. So but thank you, Ms. DeSoto. Yep.
Yeah, we're trying to get away from using that as funded from taxes because we're strategically funding it from franchise fees. Okay, so yeah, I don't see any questions on those projects. So moving to corporate services, Therese Rogers.
All right, can you see my presentation?
We see the next slide as well, so not the.
Okay, I will flip that. Is that better? Okay, I'm hoping to be as quick as Ms. Cottle. We have also very few projects. I want to leave some time for Ms. Smithers to review the municipal infrastructure projects. So the first project that you'll see in the administration side is Business Transformation 2021, and you'll find that on page 6 of your package in the binder. And this really is very similar to the incubator space that we have in the sustainability area to allow support, time, and funding for projects that are identified across the organization to action, organizational review, implementation recommendations. So we're still working through that process. This includes things like project management tools that we've developed, process reviews in a number of different areas, business case analysis, and so on. And then we have that again in 2022. On the IT side, our first project was previously approved last week as one of the early projects. That was page 14, the network upgrade. On page 16, you'll see Town Square Phase 2. And really the fact that we were already well into our Town Square transition enabled us to pivot very quickly to remote work when the pandemic started. Phase 2 will see the remaining departments migrate, and we'll also focus on records retention and enabling us to use the technology in SharePoint to manage our records. Future phases of Town Square move actually SharePoint to the cloud. Microsoft is actually changing their platform, and so that's what you'll see in future years. Page 18 is for PC lifecycle and new equipment, and page 20 details the IT infrastructure lifecycle and new equipment. And this really is on the IT side, lifecycle maintenance. Computers and equipment age out or become obsolete and need to be replaced. And this is an annual process that we have every year just to continue to cycle out equipment that we can no longer use.
And Ms. Rogers?
Yep.
I was just wondering if you could speak to the funding. So I'm noticing that those are both being funded from the operating capital. And thinking that that's a complete asset replacement project. Is there, and so I guess I'm just asking you to speak to that balance of funding that we do, the It's mostly Mr. Irwin, I guess, that does that, but.
He's our magician in the background. I would say not all of the PC lifecycle is replacement. As the organization grows and we have new needs for equipment, that is funded from there as well. But I'll leave it to Mr. Irwin if he has a response to why we've chosen to fund that from asset replacement or from operating, sorry.
From operating. It's all part of the puzzle, really. It's just, we have 1.2 million in operating coming from franchise fees to fund the 21 capital program. And if you'd review all the projects in 2021 and do the matching, it fits, these projects fit into that. It could be asset replacement for sure, but we've fund that first $1.2 million first before taking from reserves.
Okay.
So
and
that
so
was part of the puzzle.
I think it's just an important thing for the finance committee to be aware of, is that funding sources can move around, and we can use one funding source for one project or for the other. So when you're looking at any potential changes to the capital plan that you might be considering, it's not really that imperative that we stick to the funding source, unless of course it's a dedicated grant or a dedicated reserve. But when it's the operating or the asset or capital reserves, we can move those sort of interchangeably.
The fungibility of that money.
Right.
I've heard that term before. Yeah.
Okay. So
okay, thank you. Yep. Page 22 details the business registry review project. And this is a collaborative project between economic development, finance, and IT, who are working together to find a more efficient business registry process. CityView is the system that we are currently using in planning and does have a business registry module. So it looks like there's some opportunity there to help us advance these business registry process improvements. And then finally on page 24, we have again a small bucket of money for some recreation system enhancements. And this bucket allows us to complete upgrades to our recreation software system in Tele, and also to address new process requirements that might come up that require some additional support. For example, in 2020, we needed to create an online booking system. So it allows for those types of things to happen. And that is the end of the corporate services project. So I don't know if there are any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Rogers on any of that? Yes, Councillor McCallum.
So, and thank you for your presentation. So the business registry, recreation systems enhancement. So that bucket of money will be enough to improve and or create a better booking system for COVID, or just like generally
no,
a booking system? Yeah.
It's just generally system upgrades that might be required. That was just an example of something that had arisen last year. Yeah.
All right, perfect. That's all I was curious about. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, over to Ms. Smithers then for municipal infrastructure.
Sorry, I couldn't find my mouse. I have nothing. No, there's a few projects that I'll go over with. First, I wanted to speak to the question that Councillor McCallum raised around costs and what are we doing. Given some of the project cost increases that we've seen over this past year, what are we doing to address that going forward? And I would say that we are addressing it on a number of fronts. Primarily, we have been for a while now separating out the design project advance of the construction portion of the projects. And that enables us to get better detail on the costing and refine our costing in that regard. We've also built in flexibility to some of our projects. So with our street or drainage rehab, for example, those are buckets of money that allow us to pivot based on the work required and the tenders that are coming in, the cost estimates coming in to take that work on. So we achieve what we can within that funding envelope and then come back in subsequent years for more work as required. We also have, just as a matter of practice at the town, had fairly lean contingencies on what can be pretty big construction projects as well. And I think that really does push us from time to time to having to come back to council, because it doesn't take much to chew through those contingencies. It absolutely creates a challenge in terms of our budget planning cycle, but in some ways it's a good thing. Like, on one hand, we have to come back after the fact and ask for more money, but it also, I think, gives some assurance to council that we're not padding those budgets, and that when we're coming back, it's actually, we're working as efficiently as we can within the budget that we've been given, and making best use of the town's resources. So, and on that note too, we would also look at, sorry, just an email came in, I was distracted. We've also added a step in our utility projects to ensure that at the development stage for the project, we're identifying and addressing known risks. And that includes addressing how they're going to show up in our construction budgets. And then we also have, on the utility side, contingencies specific to each item, so that we do have sufficient funds in case those risks materialize. I would say, having said all of that, and then if there are questions, I'll also invite Mr. Camo and Mr. Asarte to chip in and answer the questions if they feel the need to. I do want to flag for council that this year was a bit of an anomaly in that we had two very big projects, being the water main replacement associated with TIP 20 and the South Bow River Loop main. Big projects in the valley floor with a high water table. So big projects at the best of times become increasingly more complex in trying to make them happen in the valley floor in Canmore. So that was, those were the two projects where we had the two, where we did need to come back to council and revisit how we were going to get them done. Very, very challenging projects in difficult environments. So I'll answer questions on that and then get into our projects for 2021.
Councillor McCallum, did that answer your question, or were there any other comments on that?
No, I think that just lays a really great groundwork for council to understand what we're trying to do to mitigate these pressures in the future. I will actually add that, and this is more for the public than anything else, is that I find it in government, because of the nature of transparency of our budgets, it's really tricky to get the lowest price possible and be transparent at the exact same time. We don't have the same privileges in government as you would as a private company. You know, we are advertising that our number for our recreation system enhancements is $20,000, for instance. And so whenever a project goes out to tender, like, all you got to do is look through the budgets for a bidder to understand what kind of money has been allocated for that particular project, which I think it makes it really tricky to grind down the pricing to a certain extent. We just don't have the same privileges that we do in the private sector. That's all I was going to add.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any other. Oh, yeah, Councillor Comfort.
But that being said, Councillor McCallum, aren't there times where we've had administration, we've allocated a certain amount to the budget, administration goes out looking for tenders, and we're way below, we budgeted way below what we need to, so they have to come back to council. That's also something that happens, and it's a function of the real world, and we don't have the ability to sort of turn on a dime, and we also have to find the money somewhere if we decide to go ahead with the project.
Yes, and again, that's all. I think it's about transparency because of the public nature of the bidding process, the public nature of coming back to council for more dollars for that process. Those two things combined together makes it, I think, difficult for administrators to be able to sometimes get the pricing that perhaps the private sector enjoys.
Okay.
Anyways, so.
No, good comments, fair comments. Ms. Smithers, I'll let you continue then.
Okay, I will share my screen. My apologies for the delay. I had this all set up on my computer and now it's not working. Okay. So I'm assuming you can all see that.
Yes, we can.
All right, so today I'm going to walk you through the 2021 capital projects in municipal infrastructure, which, as Ms. Richardson noted early on, are the bulk of the capital budget for the town. Why isn't that working? Okay, so just as a reminder, on January 5th, so just 1 week ago, Council did approve 5 capital projects in municipal infrastructure that did add to the capital budget that we are presenting here today. We also did approve, oh, sorry, it was 5 projects, including the CRC rooftop solar. I would note, though, that CRC rooftop solar was funded in tandem with canceling 3 smaller projects. So there was an existing funding source for that going into 2021. So the 4 that we approved in 2021 were the new fire hall enabling works, Stoneworks Creek Phase 2, the South Bow River Loop feeder main Phase 2, which is one of those projects that was over budget and we had to split into 2 phases, and then the water main connection upgrade for Old Canmore Road. So just as a reminder, more than anything for that, this was the effect of those approvals. This does include the network upgrade for 2021. So just when you look at the municipal infrastructure projects, council approved just under $8 million. None of that was funding through operating on the municipal infrastructure side. It was reserve debt, some developer contributions and grants for those projects. So I will get into the specific projects in municipal infrastructure. This starts on page 32 of your binder. The first one is in facilities. It is an upgrade in room 200 of the rec center to accommodate pickleball and badminton. This reflects high demand for these activities in the community. It is funded through operating, and both of these activities will generate revenue for the town. So that will offset some of the construction costs as well as support operating costs going forward related to those projects. And that is the only project for facilities. If there's questions on that, I'll take them, or I'll move on to engineering.
I do have a question, Ms. Smithers, and I was wondering if you could speak at all, or whether, I'm assuming there has been, but there's been a review of sort of how that room is being used currently as a community hall kind of room. And so I think in the past, it's been used for larger bookings like weddings and things like that. So are these uses seen as compatible uses?
Yes, I think what they're finding is that this room is well suited, better suited than some of the other spaces we have at the town to accommodate this emerging demand. I have not had any indication that that would be at the sake of other uses. I could follow up and confirm that though.
Yeah, okay.
That's my understanding as well, for what it's worth, is that though they are compatible uses.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCallum, did you have a point on that?
Yeah, I had a similar question based on the amount of events I've produced in my previous life. I was curious about whether the lines on the floor would actually interface well with trying to do more sort of weddings and banquets, etc. Because my experience is that is not a compatible use in general, but
we generally do not have a high number of wedding bookings in that space. Since we've reopened, that it hasn't been huge demand there. And even before the renovation, the number of weddings happening there was decreasing.
okay.
So I think the perception is that this is a way to get more use of the space. It may not be beautiful in terms of a wedding, but it will be affordable. So that option remains.
Gotcha. And I do think it's a great, on the other side of that, this is, I think, the only room in the CRC that has the sprung floor, which was the foresight of whoever put that in 25 years ago, or how many years ago when they built that building, because it is ideal for, activities related to dance, to gymnastics, to Zumba, etc., which I know that that's made that room popular in the past. So I think that this is a good use, definitely. That's all. Sorry.
Thanks. Carry on. Yeah.
All right, so that is it for the facilities projects. As I said before, the solar and enabling works for the fire hall were previously approved. So with that, we'll move on to engineering. So bridge asset management for 2021 is on page 38 of your materials. This project is really around repairing structures, as has been outlined in the 5-year maintenance plan. And it's also doing a new bridge condition assessment of the structures in our inventory to update that 2017 plan that we're currently working off of. So this is really, this project is tied to ensuring structure safety. It is $310,000 being funded through MSI. And Councillor McCallum, you have a question?
Thank you. So my question is, which are any of these bridges, and maybe my understanding of bridge maintenance is incorrect. Are all our bridges in Canmore owned by the municipality, or are they owned by the provincial government, or is it a blend?
So I'll have Mr. Asarte answer that question.
Morning, Council. It's a blend. For the most part, we've got the 40 structures and larger culverts that are town-owned. And then there are several structures that are on the Parkway, for example, that are provincial. And one structure on the Bull Bridge corridor, the main bridge over the Bull River, is still owned by the province, despite that road having been turned over to the town some time ago, which for the time being, we're quite happy to have them do the maintenance.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that we weren't maintaining bridges that didn't belong to us.
That's not the case, no.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Mayor Borman?
Thanks very much. Mr. Asarte or Ms. Smithers, what about the bridges up adjacent to Spring Creek Mountain Village across the creek? Those sorts of bridges, are they still owned and maintained by the developer, or are those now municipal infrastructure?
Are you referencing the pedestrian bridges?
Yeah.
Yeah. At this time, those bridges have been turned over to the town. They're developer responsibility for the 2-year warranty period, but become part of the municipal infrastructure asset base after that period.
And there's other similar bridges on trails up towards Three Sisters, for instance. So all of those bridge structures would have to be maintained by the town. Is that correct?
They are part of our maintained inventory.
Thanks very much.
Okay, no more questions. The next project in engineering is street and drainage rehabilitation for 2021. So again, this is getting some pavement condition assessment reports done. It's some rehabilitation of the intersection at 7th and 7th. That was included in previous budgets. We have a refined cost estimate there. So this is really, that refined cost estimate is forming part of the request that we're putting forward again in 2021. It's looking at drainage improvements near to Miners Hall, and then various other street and drainage rehab projects as needed. This project is $650,000. It is being funded through asset rehab and replacement as well as MSI. If there's any questions on that?
I just wanted to point out further to your commentary at the top of your presentation, Whitney, that included in this project is sort of preliminary design for future year projects that will allow us to improve our capital forecasting on that. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks for catching that. Okay, next one, transportation safety and accessibility. So this is on page 42. Is it helpful when I say the page numbers for all of them, or are you guys just, okay.
Yeah,
okay, this is smaller projects that address safety and accessibility issues. They're prioritized based on safety risk, accessibility needs and cost, and split between street lighting improvements at pedestrian crossings and intersections, and school route and pathway safety and accessibility. So this is 200,000 funded through the photo radar reserve. Questions?
I don't see any.
All righty. Next up, GIS plan implementation on page 44 of your report. This is really about improving efficiencies in our GIS software plan use, I guess, all bundled together. I'm going to have Andy speak to this if there's any questions, because I will for sure say something that gets messed up. But basically, this is about helping us keep pace with the substantial increase in the use of GIS services at the town. You saw some of that even in Pete's asset management presentation at the beginning. GIS is regularly used often throughout the town, and this is improving the ease of use and efficiency of use of GIS services.
I do have a question around open data, and I know we've had some presentation on that in the past, and I'm just wondering where we're at with that.
Just for those listening in, open data is access to any geospatial information. So someone wants to know where road boundaries are or utilities are, that sort of thing. Communities have moved to an open data process where people can just go into a database and download that for free. Through the regional partnership, we did have an open data database with all of the partners and all of the cities and municipalities that were participating in that. And since that ended, we've removed from there our information. It's no longer in place, but we have made that available through our own database, and people can access that through the website. So we still are maintaining open data in that format.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on GIS plan implementation? No? Okay, the next project is Pathway Network Connectivity for 2021. That's on page 46 of your package. And this is really about completing connections identified in the integrated transportation plan that are required to ensure that we hit our 2030 mode shift targets. So this is really about leveraging developer contributions and also contributing to developer constructed facilities. So we're leveraging external funding sources to maximize our impact in terms of reducing traffic impacts of new development. I've summarized the projects that we're going to be taking on in 2021 around in Stewart Creek, the Cougar commuter gravel connection, improvement of a pathway at Old Canmore Road. There's some work at Elk Run, up at Riverside Pathway in East Three Sisters, and then some bike parking at major trip generating destinations and encouragement for mode shift. So this is 400,000. And it is funded through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, which I believe in the project data sheets shows it's being funded through Green Trip. It isn't, and we will clean that up for the final copy that comes forward. It's funded, the grants part is the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, and then it's also funded through operating.
I apologize, Whitney. I gave you some bad info there. It's FGTF and then operating capital.
Okay.
That is the gas tax, is that correct then?
Correct.
Okay.
Future projects are, so for example, the Three Sisters project in a future year that's identified with the program that Ms. Smithers just described, the investment in Infrastructure Canada. I said. Okay,
so just to clarify and be clear, what is that funding source again then?
Federal gas tax for this year's 2021 Pathway Network connectivity, 50% and then 50% from operating capital.
Okay.
And Mr. Sarti, can you just clarify, there's two projects on the list, both for $35,000 around Old Canmore Road. And at first I thought it was a duplication error, but I think they're separate. Can you?
They are. So at present, connecting between the Cougar commuter and Old Canmore Road up by the Grizzly Paw Brewery is a partially formalized, partially informal gravel trail. as part of the development requirements for 120, 130 Kananaskis, the large new rental, we had them contribute 50% towards a pathway connection between their facility and Old Camel Road, and that will be paved and lit. The remainder of the other second, so the first project is the town's contribution towards that piece. The remainder of the pathway is gravel between that new development at 120 Kananaskis and the existing Kruger commuter paved path. And what we'd like to do is go in as a first step and improve it as a gravel connection. In the future, it's proposed to be paved in the ITP. This is really just a first step to help formalize that for peak season use.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Borman? You're on mute, Mayor Borman.
My space bar is not working anymore. That's weird. Anyways, could you just give a bit more detail on the Three Sisters Riverside Pathway work, Mr. Asarte?
This is a really important project. It's been on the books for a long time, but I think with the higher value, it's bumped a couple times in the cap planning. So with the current development occurring in Three Sisters and prospect of proposed development through the ASP approvals in Three Sisters, this forms a really crucial piece to connecting pedestrian cycle access into the town center from Three Sisters. Right now, it can't be maintained year round as a gravel link. And so the upgrades that we're looking at include paving it, and in some areas having separation between, say, people walking or dog walking and people bicycling, where we get that very high traffic volumes, and that's needed to accommodate both current and future volumes of pedestrian cycle activity along that route.
Great, and that'll benefit residents that currently reside in Prospect Point and homesteads and all the way up to the Three Sisters area.
It will. It's that entire side of the community will benefit. And to be clear, this project is the first step. This is to look at design and do some engagement. The construction project is proposed to follow soon after in the capital plan. And with that, it's anticipating 50% share of developer contribution as the infrastructure would be needed to accommodate those future ASP volumes. And so we're a little chicken and egg here, but the first step in all of this is to get a good design and plan together, and then we can consider the construction project as part of the next budget cycle.
Right, and your notes reference that, so construction wouldn't begin until 2022.
Correct.
Great, thanks very much.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you. Mr. Asarte, do you have the ability to expand a bit? I'm just looking at the operating budget impact for this project. And the last sentence speaks to both the town and partners in the bike-friendly business program. I'm gonna have to deal with my house phone. I am a unicorn. I still have a home line. I just wanted to know a bit more about the bike-friendly business program and their sort of vested involvement in maintaining this this piece of the project.
It's an important but side of the desk initiative to continue this, and what it has kind of evolved into a little bit. It was a promotional activity in the past. We just don't always have the resources to keep that up and running. But what we want to do is enable businesses that are interested and keen in encouraging cycle use. We want to support them in providing infrastructure to their customers. And we love building bike racks on private property because it means that those private owners are shoveling the racks and maintaining them. and keeping an eye on them. So, and providing the land for them. So it's basically free parking for us for our program. We just need to help them because often these are costs that aren't budgeted for. They really would like them, but to come up with the extra $1,000 or $1,500 to get them installed is a hurdle. So it's about removing that hurdle and getting as many bike racks out into key destinations as possible. That's awesome. I'm wondering if in future years, once we've gotten over this COVID piece, if there's an opportunity to partner that with maybe, I've seen quite a bit of bike racks and other communities that are also a form of public art, and to have a bit more fun with it. But we need to get through a few of these lean years first. I think this is a great initiative. Thank you for explaining that to me.
Okay, Councillor Sanford, did you have a question as well?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Asarte. You're describing a project up in Elk Run where it's a small section of sidewalk and crossing connection. Can you describe that, what that project is?
This is a contribution to improvements in front of the Valbella's redevelopment, where we've placed our Elk Run Industrial Bus Stop. And so philosophically, developers, when they construct, are required to connect to our existing system in a way that is consistent with the ENG guidelines. So part of these projects here are about contributing to enhancements that take us from the old guidelines when these developments were approved to the current guidelines. And so that's the case with Valbella's, where they've been, looking at this improvement for a long time. The project has evolved as we've developed the standards and requirements for it. And in order to get a good result there, one that benefits the larger community, we, as part of the agreement, are looking at making a contribution to that sidewalk. Now, this is just a small section. The other project we looked at in the street and drainage rehab looks at improving sidewalk connectivity along Elk Run in general. And so all these little bits and pieces we're trying to make work. The development's going to come before the road rehab. So we really want to make sure that they get that sidewalk in correctly now, so that when we come and do the road rehab, we're not having to rebuild their frontage.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Clearly, there's interest in all of these projects.
Which is a good thing.
Which is a good thing, yes. Any other questions?
Well, just so you know, these are the kind of projects that council hears from pretty regularly from residents. So that's one reason that we're all perking up here.
Yeah, no, I understand that for sure.
Well, and quite honestly, I would rather there be a lot of interest in these projects. If there weren't, I would say that we were not doing something right on our end. So I'm absolutely fine with these questions. The next project we have under engineering is the bus barn expansion. So this is construction of a heated storage area on Boulder Crescent for our transit service. The Transit Commission currently stores 3 buses in Canmore. Presently uses 2 indoor bays at Boulder Crescent, and the 3rd bus is stored outdoors. And this is significant in terms of the challenge it presents in terms of operations when snow needs to be cleared off the bus or the bus needs time to warm up. So they've requested that the town make the 3rd bay available for their operations. There is a 3rd bay, it's currently used by Solid Waste Services. So this project involves constructing a facility that Solid Waste Services can move that storage into, and then there are some upgrades to the bay to make it suitable for a vehicle. It is a $200,000 project, and it's funded through federal grants and MSI capital.
Mayor Borelman?
Just recalling that a lot of the work we did for transit was funded through the Green Trip. Is there any funding left undispersed from the Green Trip funding that could apply to this or not?
There is, and the province recently extended the deadline for Green Trip. It was due to end at the end of 2020. And so we have until the end of 2021 to spend that funding. In here, we had federal grants. We were hedging a little bit with the ISIP grant, which we had available for this project. But we've recently put in an application to be able to spend the Green Trip funding instead. And so if that's successful, then we'll update the grant funding sources and preserve that ISIP for a future project.
Thanks very much. If you're successful in that application on the Green Trip funding, what sort of balance would there be, or total amount available?
For total remaining Green Trip grant funding availability?
Yeah.
We have a pretty significant portion of Green Trip available, several $1 million remaining that is likely to be unspent. It was originally intended for a bus hub in the town center. It was a project identified, if you recall,
Yeah, I do.
a long time ago. And it just, with the way that the service is operating with the existing stop and anticipating an update to the town center plan, the timing, there isn't the need, and the timing wasn't right to make a large investment in a hub in the town center. And so there is funding available for bus stops and other projects, however.
Great, and that won't fall off the table.
At the end of 2021, it expires, and that money will be no longer available beyond that.
That $3 million?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sarte or Ms. Smithers, I'm wondering if you can remind Finance Committee how capital projects are funded for the commission. So is this project, does it have any benefit to the regional route? And if it did, would it be supported by the town of Banff in any way, or how does that work?
This project in particular is specifically for buses for the local route. The regional buses are stored and maintained in Banff, and we contribute to operating costs for that. So this is entirely a town of Canmore project in this case.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sanford?
Thank you. Mr. Asarte, do we know what kind of structure is going to be built for this solid waste storage?
What we were anticipating when we did the original bus barn expansion, we actually looked into this a little bit to see if the timing was right at that time to do it. And it was a prefabricated steel structure, essentially a large shed on a concrete slab with a natural gas heating system is what we're anticipating.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yep, I think that's all the questions for now.
So then we will head into the Public Works projects. And the first of those is on page 50 of your the capital tab 5 in your binder. And that is the Elevation Place rock wall refurbishment. And yes, I know I used EP and I shouldn't be using acronyms, but that's what the capital project is. So I was trying to be consistent. Elevation Place rock wall refurbishment. So this is a new project for 2021 that hadn't shown up in previous capital plans. It's really to address a safety issue. The rock feature walls in that plaza at Elevation Place have experienced significant water damage. And as that occurs over time, the mortar is fracturing and the rocks are actually dislodging from the walls. There've been a couple of incidents with the rocks dislodging and harming people. It does present a safety hazard. We have tried to address this operationally on an ongoing basis, but it's not a sustainable approach to fixing this problem, and it's not necessarily cost effective either. So this is a $100,000 project, and it's being funded out of Asset Rehab and Replacement Reserve. And Mr. Como has joined us if there are questions on this project.
Mayor Borman?
Thanks. So if I understand what you're saying, that we've had rocks falling off the wall, is that what's been happening?
Yes.
Good morning, Mayor Borman. Yeah, and really to be clear, it's we identify all of those. They're not pony walls, but sort of those shorter walls that are scattered throughout the plaza itself is what we're speaking to. That have been falling off or broken. A lot of them are broken right now.
Huh. Okay, thanks.
I guess the only question I had, and maybe it's considered a landscaping feature, and that's why it's in Public Works versus a facility, and you know, is it strictly related to the pony walls and not the main walls then at all?
Correct. Yeah.
So
it's the plaza area. All of that stonework, a lot of it has degraded, broken, and are quite exposed. A lot of jagged rock sticking out, for example.
right. And there was some correlation, I believe, initially identified because people were locking up their bikes to these walls and things like that. Is that considered a contributing factor, or it's the water damage that has been identified that's the main cause?
I believe so. Last time I walked through there just to verify the need for the project is, you know, a lot of those walls that are a couple of feet high, there wouldn't be any place to attach a bicycle. It would be a surface that, you know, young children would run along, or people would sit on, is predominantly the spaces that we're talking about.
Okay. Councillor Comfort.
I'm just curious, would you consider this a design flaw in the original planning from the architects?
I'm not an expert
given our climate of freeze thaw, you know, that this might have been something that was anticipated, and can we avoid it in the future is more to the point.
I think we can certainly avoid it in the future. I think how we go forward will dictate how we construct or design similar type features in the future on public facilities.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you. There's a note in this project sheet that says that there have been public incidents of rocks falling on people. So these are very small walls. I'm having trouble visualizing that. 3 public incident reports have submitted to the town where people have been hurt from rocks becoming loose and falling.
Yeah, I don't have the specific details on those incidences. I mean, they can be people walk, someone, you know, if a mother and a son are walking along and the son is up on the wall, and it's quite delicate and it breaks off, it can land on someone's foot. But I don't have the specific details on the incidences, the public incidences.
I was visualizing something a lot more dire than that. So
yeah,
thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, to be clear, this is within the plaza itself and not along the building.
Okay, I don't see any. Mayor Borman?
Just to that point, the project summary, it could be beefed up to be more specific, because in reading it, I also thought we were talking about the main building walls, the main walls of the building, which sounds far worse than what you're describing.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Thank you. The next project then is trail surface rehabilitation, and that is on page 52 of tab 5. And this is inspection of all town trails. The high priority locations are included in the project sheet on page 52. And that's replacing hard surfaces and gravel sections as required. So that is $380,000, and that is funded through the Asset Rehab and Replacement Reserve and operating.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you. I was just curious, are we going to be, if some of these trails require replacement, will be replacing like with like, or would there be any upgrades involved, like from gravel to asphalt versus just asphalt for asphalt, gravel for gravel?
No, the idea is to replace it with like. So
Okay.
it's a paved section, you would replace with a patch of pavement.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mayor Borman, did you have a question?
Yeah, no, I had the same question. Thanks.
Okay.
So next projects, there's on page 54 of your package, there's the project data sheet for the playground life cycle at Peaks of Grassy. That is replacing the playground structure, $300,000 funded through MSI. And then on page 56, I just grouped the life cycle projects together. Page 56 is a playground rubber surface replacement, which is life cycling at Grotto, the Grotto Playground. That is $35,000 to be funded out of asset rehab and replacement. Any questions on either of those projects?
Councillor McCallum?
Firstly, always a fan of upgrading playgrounds. Thank you very much. Secondly, could you tell me the age of the Peaks of Grassy playground? Is it about 18 or 20 years old, I think?
I will just have to check here. We just have, I think, 26 plus playgrounds in town, so I don't have the date. I would suspect that it's going to be, it's original, so back
It's like
to,
probably 20
yeah, at least
when
20
they built
years
that
old.
subdivision or finished that subdivision. Okay, thank you. And it's wood. We're replacing a wood structure with a modern structure, I guess, more steel, etc.
Yeah, it'll be metal, constructed with metal materials instead of wood.
And that playground in particular is a tot lot, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Sanford?
Thank you. Could you tell us what a 3-year surface fall height test is? It says every 3 years a surface fall height test is conducted.
To be honest, Councillor Sanford, I don't complete those tests. I'm not certified, so I would have to go back to our parks team and learn those details, and I can provide that to council.
Okay, thanks.
I did have a question if there are no other from the Finance Committee. Just regarding the surface. So the first playground, as I understand, we're going to keep pea gravel. And then the second playground, we're actually replacing the rubber surface. And so I know there's a cost element, but what would be the upgrade in cost for the Peaks playground if we changed it to a rubberized asphalt surface?
I don't have what those costs would be. We can certainly provide that. We have an estimate on what it is per square meter. I can tell you that we are, the parks team is in the process of reevaluating the use of rubberized surfaces. One thing we have certainly learned since our initial installation of some of our first rubberized surfaces is they don't last as long as we thought they would. And because they're so expensive, it's a very expensive process to go through to change all of our playgrounds to a rubberized surface. So as we evaluate that and learn more, we've just chosen at this point to continue replacing like with like. So if it's an existing rubberized that has now failed that test, we'll replace it with rubberized. But ones that have pea gravel, we'll replace with pea gravel until we learn a little bit more because of the cost that we've learned over time. They last about 10 years where pea gravel can continue to be maintained. You know, you just supplement it with more pea gravel that's gone missing and you continue to buff it up. It's a bit more work to maintain, but a lot less expensive to capitalize.
Yeah, and that was evident through the justification sheets, but they almost seem to contradict each other. Where if you look in the options considered, the Grotto one is saying, well, we're not going to consider pea gravel because it's more costly to maintain. So it's just, I would appreciate it. I'm pleased to hear that you're doing that cost benefit. So we might see a report on that in the future then on maybe a standard that we're going to move towards or a change. Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay. I don't see any other questions.
Okay. So the last project in parks is an equipment life cycle project. This is replacing a tractor and 2 equipment trailers that were due for life cycle replacement actually in 2018. But when we prioritized the competing needs for life cycling, they were pushed back. So they're overdue for replacement. And then it also includes a ride-on mower that is life cycling out as well. So this is $115,000 funded through the asset rehab and replacement reserve. And sorry, that's on page 58.
I don't see any questions with that one.
Excellent. Okay, and now we move on to solid waste services. On page 60, the Kamenka Green site improvements. This is redoing a concrete pad and the waste and recycling containers at Kamenka Green to address a safety and maintenance issue, and installing an enclosure as well, and that is $40,000 funded through the Solid Waste Services Collection Reserve.
Okay.
No questions?
Questions?
Next project. Lightening things up after all the life cycle blah, blah, blah. This is in Solid Waste Services. It is the replacement of a 3-ton collection vehicle. I'll note we're not replacing the driver, just the vehicle. It is $300,000, and that is funded through the Solid Waste Services Collection and Solid Waste Services Recycling Reserves. And that is on page 62. No questions? Next up is on page 64, the residential food waste expansion. This is expanding the residential food waste program from the pilot. Currently, there are 5 containers for food waste in the town, and they're emptied daily. So we are installing 10 new food waste containers to reduce the frequency of need of emptying the existing 5. And I've put the locations out of interest up on the screen there. And that project, the expansion, is $140,000. That's being funded through the Cash and New Reserve, Cash and New Bare Bins, and the Solid Waste Services Recycling Reserve.
Any questions on that? I just have a comment, and maybe it's, you know, I think this will be welcomed by all of these neighborhoods, and I do see it increasing volumes. So my comment is more around the operational budget impact, which sort of seems to potentially say it could even itself out, but do you anticipate needing another truck or another operator as the food waste program expands?
I don't believe we'll need that at this time. The 2 key changes that, or the 1 key change is that now we're no longer hauling to Banff. We're transferring directly. So that operator time and that vehicle wear and tear is going to be significantly reduced, providing that capacity to support these additional locations. The other thing we did find, especially when we introduced the curbside recycling program, is we didn't necessarily get a huge increase in the number of the volumes in recyclable materials, but we did, what we did saw is it just displaced over more containers. We're just at a point right now where it's becoming very difficult to ensure that there's capacity in all of these sites, and we need more volume located throughout the community. I think initially we're going to see a lot of the existing users happy about these locations. And then as we continue to do more work on promotion and education, we can get some of the people who have yet to participate, because the programs are even that much more convenient.
Yeah, I know my sister who lives in Rundleview drives her food waste down to Larch when she comes down to visit or go downtown.
Yeah, now there'll be one at the entrance to a road. Yeah.
Right, right. Okay, can you just remind me where our food waste goes?
It goes to a composting facility in Calgary.
Right in Calgary, okay.
Yeah. Or the outskirts, yeah.
So is that the same location as the biosolids?
No. Yeah, we went out to tender for a hauler and a receiving facility, and it's not the same location. And as you know, Mr. Soto, those products can't be combined either, so they're 2 different trips.
Okay, okay, thanks. I wasn't 100% sure on that. Were there any other questions on the food waste bins? Okay.
Okay. Next up, a couple more life cycling projects. One is life cycling some containers for waste and recycling where the metal has fatigued beyond our ability to repair those containers. That is about $100,000. It is $100,000 and it's funded through this solid waste services collection and recycling reserves. And that is on page 66. And then on page 68 is another solid waste services project. It's a half-ton collection vehicle. This is a new vehicle to help reduce some of the wear and tear on the existing fleet, and also it will be used for collecting pedestrian waste. And that is $80,000, again funded through the solid waste services collection reserve. My apologies for not having a picture of that one.
Yeah, so pedestrian waste, I assume, is the waste in the containers by sidewalks and whatnot.
Correct. Yeah.
Thanks.
And the ones within the park spaces as well.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Sanford?
Thank you. It seems to mention that there's going to be a different way of handling these, the collection in these bins with an ergonomic, with the new vehicle, including a dumping body. Can you just describe, is that a completely different way of emptying them now?
Yeah, right now it's a fairly laborious process. So the operators, they open up the back of the containers, they pull the bag out and they have to throw it over, you know, up shoulder height into the back of a truck onto a tailgate for some of them. And we've had a number of incidents with strain, back strain, and so on. So the idea here is that we would be, and this is why the vehicle, I mean, most pickup trucks are certainly not in the $80,000 range. This is why this vehicle is much more expensive, is it does have a dumping box on it, and it does have a Tommy gate on the back so that operators don't have to lift it. They can just bring it over ground level. The truck, actually, the tailgate lifts up, and then you can push the bags into the back of the truck. When they arrive at the waste transfer site, right now they actually jump into the back of the truck and they throw it from the back of the truck into the larger transfer bins. And to this point now they can, with the dumping box, transfer directly without any operator effort, right directly into the transfer containers. So much less handling, much less lifting, much safer for the operators.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah, and those bags can get pretty heavy with all the dog poop in them too.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Moving on from that, there's the next two projects. So on page 70, there's the South Bow River Loop Feeder Main Phase 2, and page 72, the water main connection for Old Canmore Road. Those were both approved by council last week, as I pointed out at the beginning of the presentation. And that brings us to page 74, the utility master plan update. So utility master plans typically have a shelf life of about 5 years in order to remain current, address our utility demands, and have reflect sufficient costing for the projects that are on our radar. Our utility master plan does require some revision to make sure that the projects and the costs of the projects in the plan are up to date and also reflect our current growth strategy. In addition, as you will recall in the offsite levy discussions with industry that recently wrapped up, we did flag that the next iteration of the utility master plan would include more information breaking down benefiting areas and percentage of different projects that is attributable to growth, which will in turn make our subsequent offsite levy negotiations more streamlined, and we'll have done the right work at the right point in the process. So that is on the books to begin in 2021. The utility master plan update, the cost is $330,000, and that is funded through the wastewater and water utility reserves.
Any questions on this one? I do have a comment and a question. So the cost of these seems to be getting higher, and we're getting maybe more granular in some of the detail that's coming through on these. But I'm wondering, is there an approach that's been considered in doing this annually so that there's sort of a rolling master plan, or is it best to take this 5-year kind of time frame and do a big one every 5 years?
We had considered, especially from the learnings from the last UMP model, where in particular the pricings were not reflective of the true costs, and continuing to have the consultant, for example, engaged and access to the models and how the budgets were arrived at, so that, if market conditions change, for example, we could go into the existing model that had the very detailed breakdown to increase the cost as required based on what's occurred in the market, so that we have a more annual, accurate, reflective budget for each of these projects. That's the one thing we have looked at the annual, as an annual review, to continue to have that consultant engaged that's completed the initial UMP. Beyond that, I think the 5-year review is appropriate. If we do each year, there's a lot of things that are sort of in a holding pattern regarding development and ASPs and so on. So it's difficult to have a really productive update annually. I think the 5-year is an appropriate schedule. We've certainly seen that with what we've done in the past and the projections that we have, and we're prepared to go in there again. And with Three Sisters ASPs back in front of us again, that there's an opportunity to provide those details in the UMP update as those 5-year timelines surface. It's always a good time. I don't think it would be necessary, and I think it would be quite costly to do it on a more regular basis, beyond making sure that the budget amounts are appropriate.
Okay, so just for clarity, we have in the budget allowed for a consultant to provide updates for those budgets annually. Is that now in the budget, or is that something we're just looking at?
It's something we're looking at. Yeah, we don't have that. We don't have the actual terms of reference nailed, completely identified yet. We obviously want to, as Ms. Smithers said, engage BOTA, for example, to make sure that all this UMP delivers the expectations for all the parties involved. And that is certainly one. Regarding budget, as also mentioned by Councillor McCallum, some of the concerns with projects being under budget. Those are some of the things we're considering.
Okay, I get it now. So this is something that will be introduced as part of this project. Yeah. Okay.
And I would add also, Ms. DeSoto, because the cost has gone up, just a reminder, we haven't done an update to our review of the wastewater treatment plant since 2012. So the last one was really around anything other than the wastewater treatment plant, and it's time that we look at that as well.
Okay.
Move along, it looks like, yeah.
Yes, so 2 final projects on the utility side. One is a life cycle project for the motor control center at the wastewater treatment plant. The other one is a life cycle project for the biological aeration filtration system and headworks at the wastewater treatment plant. The building was built or these components were installed in 1995. They've got about a 25-year life cycle, so it is time to replace them. So for the MCC life cycle, that's $400,000 funded through the wastewater utility reserve. For the bath and headworks, that's $500,000 also funded through the wastewater utility reserve. Any questions on those?
I don't see any.
Thank goodness.
What does MCC stand for?
Motor Control Center.
Oh, okay.
I did have to ask Mr. Kamo that, so. Okay. So in summary on the, actually too, I'll put this out there. Oh, I'll do that later. On the municipal infrastructure projects, I did pull together a slide just to kind of summarize some of the big moves we've made for the 2021 proposed capital budget that you see in front of you. And this highlights projects that we have either reduced or taken out of what we had originally planned to include in 2021, and some of the projects that we've added. And I did this just to show that in aligning with council's strategic priorities, we did have to make some big shifts in our capital budget this year, and that is intended to free up funding to build the new near carbon neutral fire hall, which we'll have a discussion on the funding strategy right after this. So as we look towards our other priorities, and I think that Mr. Kinsberg spoke to some of these in his presentation around maintaining community safety, our regulatory requirements, and just addressing responsible asset management. My direction to my team, and I know that in municipal services and corporate services, it was no different. The theme that I put out there for them this year was really be like Scotty and the engine room, right? We don't have a lot of room for new stuff. Get out that roll of duct tape and eke whatever remaining life we can out of the assets that we have, with the purpose of freeing up that space for council's priority around the fire hall. So we did prioritize based on need across the corporation, and that's what you're seeing here. It was a very challenging exercise for all of our management teams, and in taking it on, we did free up enough space for the fire hall funding strategy that we're going to have next. It does mean, though, that we have no remaining capacity in either our capital or our operating budgets to take on new capital projects without removing some of what we have proposed corporately, like across all three divisions, and also increasing our operating budget. Because not only have we used up all the space that we have available in 2021, protecting the space for the fire hall on the capital side, but we also don't have the project management capacity on the operating side to deliver any more capital projects than what we've put in front of you today. So I know that there is discussion in the finance committee and then later at council about making some adjustments. And I just really want that to be top of mind for council as we enter, and for finance committee as we go into these discussions. And then Ms. Rogers also asked me to flag for you to see if there are any questions about future years capital, because that is approved as part of our plan. And we've really focused on 2021 in this presentation.
So maybe let's just stick with this table here in your big moves and see if there are any comments or questions on the work that needed to be done to bring you this plan to fit within the funding envelope and to make room for delivery of the fire hall project.
And so to put a bit of context around it, what I've done here, the originally planned column shows what in last year's kind of 5-year capital plan we had envisioned taking on in 2021, and then proposed shows what we've done with it to free up space. We do have, as would be expected, some project additions based on emerging needs that weren't anticipated when we put the previous 5-year capital project list together. But it's showing that even when we look at we've taken 13 million, admittedly the 12 million of that was the new fire hall, but there's still over $1 million that we pushed out of the municipal infrastructure capital budget for 2021. Actually it'd be more than that because it also includes the enabling works, the 1.35 that we've already approved. But just, yeah, showing that we have made sufficient shifts in what was originally planned for 2021 to make room for the fire hall.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I don't see any other questions. It looks like there's Councillor Sanford.
Thank you. The parking management implementation of $200,000 moved to 2022. Is that the paid parking program?
No.
Oh.
Get Andy to speak to, sorry, Mr. Asarte, to speak to what that is.
Mr. Asarte may have gone, but that was the intercept parking, was it not, Ms. Smithers?
Yeah, I think that was.
Yeah, I think that was the intercept parking. That was some of the work we did earlier in 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't see the intercept in there, so I wasn't sure. Thank you.
I will follow. I'll confirm that with Mr. Asarte later and get back to you.
Okay, and then so just to reiterate the point that we haven't gone into 2020 or any of the other 5-year capital plan. It is a plan. We will bring you approvals for those projects into 2022 and 23 when we get into those budget approvals. But were there questions on any of the projects? So you'd have to go to these large sheets because there are no detailed sheets on any of the future years projects in the plan. And depending on how long there might be Q&A on that, we could take a lunch break and start with that when we come back, or yes, Mayor Borman?
I think this will be a quick question, but in under engineering for 2023, a D project is intercept parking / snow dump. Do you have any idea what that is?
Mr. Como is here. Maybe he can speak to it.
Yeah, Mayor Borman, that's a project that was identified that we believe there's a synergy opportunity to provide intercept parking location in the summer, and through the design and construction of that intercept parking to have it double as a location to take snow from offsite for processing at this location during the winter months.
Okay, that sounds like a great idea. So thank you.
Any other questions on any of the 2022 through 25 projects? Yes, Councillor McCallum.
I just noticed under IT, there's the disaster recovery program and the e-services future phases. What is the disaster recovery program?
That's ensuring that we can access all of our data moving forward and that we have a plan for that. So like in the event of a flood or that type of an emergency, that we can still access everything that we need to access. And the e-services is continued move to consolidating our online presence for our residents and visitors and a strategy around that. Currently, folks have to access different systems for different interfaces with the town. For example, with recreation, when signing up for a program, that's one login and system. When paying for dog license, it's a different system. The tip program is again a different login. So it's really the consolidation of all of that to make it easier for customers to interface with us.
Gotcha. And then I'm happy to see that the Palliser ASP has been inserted in 2022 for planning purposes, as well as the town center enhancement plan has been inserted in 2023. And I'm happy to see that dog parks are on the horizon as well. And I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Other comments or questions on any of the future year projects? Okay, seeing none, I am going to recommend that we take a break as per Councillor McCallum's request at the top of our meeting, and then come back at 1 o'clock with the fire hall staff report and any other questions or deliberations council might want to do on this capital budget, as well as giving you heads up for Thursday's meeting as to what we're looking at bringing you there. Mayor Borman, are you speaking? Is there something because we can't hear you?
No, sorry, I was interrupted by the municipal clerk.
Oh, I see. Okay. Does that work with everybody, for everybody to come back at 1 o'clock? I'm seeing nods. Okay, we will take a break and come back at 1 o'clock. Okay.
Hello, Councillor City.
Hey, Esme.
Hey, Karen. Hey, Rob. Hey, bye.
Welcome back.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, nice to have you.
Hey, thanks for your presence, Karen. Oh my God.
You're very welcome.
Oh God. So unexpected.
Lisa, did you get the message from Joanna that she'll be a bit late?
I did, yeah. Do we have everybody else? We do. So it is 1 o'clock. We are still live, so we will get back started. We're going to proceed with item D3, which is the new fire hall proposed funding. Ms. Richardson, are you there? Yes,
I am here.
Great.
Lurking in the background. I am going to share my next presentation here.
And you should have all received a request for decision report on this. Does everybody have that document? Yep. Okay, great.
So that should be in section 8 of people's binders. I believe we put it in the other section. It's not with the rest of the capital items, and then it's at the very end of the digital package for anybody following along on that. I think it's the last 3 pages. So both related to everything we've spoken about before, but also due to the, I guess, importance of this project and its inclusion in council strategic priorities, and also just the relative magnitude of the total spend on this project, we did want to present this as a separate item. So next, we're going to talk a little bit about the fire hall proposed funding, and just even though it's only the enabling works in 2021, as the construction does fall within the 5-year planning window, we just wanted to provide a little more detail on this specific project. So we do have a motion included in that request for decision, and the motion that we're putting forward today for consideration is that the Finance Committee direct administration to consider the sale of the existing fire hall as part of the approach to funding the new fire hall in the 22 capital budget. And just for a bit of clarification here, what you'll see on those summary sheets included for 22 is really the short-term planning. So you won't see the dollar value pertaining to the sale reflected anywhere in the capital plan we've put in front of you, because we do need to fund the construction. So that's really focused on our short-term approach. But what we're going to get into next is overall how we're looking to fund that project. So as I've just been speaking to, there are 2 projects included in the capital plan. So in 2021, one of the ones that came to council for early approval at the last regular council meeting was the enabling works. So that's for a total of 1.35 million, with 1.2 of that coming from our MSI grant, and the remaining 150,000 funded through our general capital reserve. And then the lion's share of it is the actual construction itself, which is included in 2022. That's a total of 14.15 million. 4 million of that coming from our MSI grant, 500,000 coming from our general capital reserve, and the rest, which is still a significant portion of the project, at 9.65 million to be funded through debt financing. So overall, between those 2 projects, the construction of the fire hall will total 15.5 million. I did want to address that included in that costing is the elements that are needed to achieve that near carbon neutral direction that we received that was part of council's strategic priorities. So we've received an updated estimate that includes the recommended items required, and we can achieve that all within this budget. Included in the RFD, there was the reference of 500,000 related to solar. And then there's also a number of other things like materials included in the build, and we don't have like the incremental cost, but just know that all of those costs related to net zero carbon are included in this project budget. What you won't see are any grants, but we are actively pursuing those. But at this point, these are competitive programs and they're not guaranteed. But we did want to provide a little bit of information about what we are pursuing. So the first is the Green Municipal Fund, and it provides low interest loans. And then the really appealing portion of it is that there is a grant portion related to that. So for the main program, the loan maximum is 5 million, and there's a grant amount of up to 15% of that loan, but applicants with high ranking projects, which we have reason to believe ours might be considered, may be eligible for a loan of up to 10 million, again with a grant at 15% of the loan, up to a maximum of 1.5. Councillor Comfort?
Can you remind me what the source of that funding is? Is that the federal municipal?
FCM? Yeah, correct. And so we've been in some early discussions with them about this fund and trying to feel out whether this would be a good fit for us. Our understanding is that the lending rates they offer are competitive and maybe lower than what some municipalities are seeing from other financing sources, but we haven't received any indicative rates or anything yet. We're still very much in preliminary stages of exploring this. We did submit my understanding is it was a very preliminary application, again, just to give them some details on the project. And I think we just received a response yesterday that seemed very favorable. So that is something we're actively exploring. And so if we were to look at taking that debt financing through them, then we would be able to potentially receive that grant amount up to 15% of the loan amount that we would receive through them. But there are also...
Question?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I appreciate that you can't break out the actual direct costs of delivering a carbon neutral project, but it seems from what you're reporting on that there's while there's the cost of doing that over and above building the basic fire hall, but there's also an offsetting benefit through these grants, and the suggestion of well, it looks like there's an offsetting benefit. Is it something that you could say? I'm curious whether or not those offsetting benefits would meet or exceed the increased cost to deliver carbon neutral.
So I think one of and I haven't been working directly with the architect, I've been working with the facilities team. So I think one of the challenges is because we received that direction, that's been the path that we've been heading down. So we don't necessarily have the incremental costs of what, for lack of a better word, maybe a basic material would be versus the type that that we're looking at in this particular case. The only concrete incremental amount I had seen was the 500,000 related to the solar. I think the last estimate I saw, unless Ms. Smithers has a more up-to-date one, was at one point, I think the total kind of cost of those net carbon neutral items in aggregate was maybe, I think around $1 million, slightly more, that was included at the fire hall workshop, I believe we had in the fall, but I know that things have changed since then. So if we were to, so again, without a concrete sticker price of what all those sustainability pieces within the build are, it's a little bit difficult to say, but and again, both of these grant programs are competitive. There's no guarantees, which is why we're not relying on them for the financing and the capital plan you see in front of you. But if we were to be successful under, say, the Green Municipal Fund at 15% of our 9.65 million that we're looking to take in debt, that would be about 1.4 million that we'd be able to access through the grant. So to your point, there's definitely costs associated with the net carbon neutral. And I think as we progress further in the design, maybe that is something that we can have broken out better. I just don't have that at this point, but there are also grant opportunities that would help to offset those costs. Again, they're just not guaranteed at this point, but we are actively pursuing that. So definitely costs and benefits associated with that.
Great, thanks for that little summary.
So as I'd indicated, we have been in preliminary conversations with regard to this Green Municipal Fund. The other one that we've been successful in applying for and utilizing previously is the Municipal Climate Change Action Center's Alberta Municipal Solar Program rebate. That's the one we've used for other solar projects. Generally, the program's been that we've currently received a rebate for 30% of our solar install and design costs. So as we're planning to do solar on the fire hall, this could also apply. The challenge is just around timing with this one, which again is why we're pursuing it, and should it still be available, we will go after it. But the grant can't be secured until we've awarded a vendor. So this is a 2022 project. We wouldn't be looking to award a vendor until closer to that time. And we're not sure about the timeframes of the program. The funds available might have already been exhausted by the time we get to 2022. So again, should this program still exist in its current form or similar form, the intent is that we would pursue this one as well, but we're not sure if there will still be funds available through this stream by the time we get to 2022. So those are the two biggest ones. The first one is obviously the most significant dollar value, and we've done some preliminary investigation there. But the second one is one we've used in the past, but not sure about the future. So those are two of the pieces we're looking at as well, but again, not included because there's no guarantees at this time.
Ms. Richardson, maybe you're getting into this in the debt impacts, but I was just curious about how much of it is developer funded through offsite levies. Will you be getting into that?
That's a good point. I don't have that included anywhere. Maybe Mr. Irwin can help me and pull the amount in the background. I was just looking at this since we just approved the offsite levy bylaw, but because we haven't, the fire hall is a relatively new addition in terms of what we can collect for. So we don't have funds collected to date. We will be collecting funds related to the portion that is attributable to growth, but we'll be collecting those over time. And so that's one of the reasons that we take debt funding, is because we do need to front end some of these projects. We do need to pay the upfront construction costs. And then as we collect those amounts over time, we will be reimbursed for that growth portion as growth happens in the community.
Right.
I have that total number at my fingertips.
Mr. Irwin is here now, so maybe he has that.
Yeah, we definitely haven't collected anything yet because the new fire hall was part of the new offsite levy bylaw that was just approved. So we don't have anything in the offsite reserve yet for the fire hall.
Okay, but over time, we expect to collect Do we know what's on the offsite levy model?
That I don't, I can get that, but I don't have it here.
Oh, you don't have that, okay.
I
And
believe it was about 13% of the project cost off the top of my head. But
okay.
Ms. Richardson's point, that's collected over time, so it doesn't get us out of the funding issue that we're talking about today.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, definitely relevant in the overall context of over time, how we pay for the fire hall, but yeah, I didn't include that in anything in the request for decision or in my presentation today because at this point, I was mainly focused on just addressing the upfront construction, but that percentage will be recouped over time.
How will it look in our budget documents then, or our audited financial statements? Because I know how it works in utilities, which is a self-sustaining budget, is that, you know, when we deliver a project, any offsite levies collected over time are used to offset the carrying costs of that debt in the utility. So will that be the same for any future levies collected for the fire hall? It will be used to offset the debt?
Correct. So we'll have our debt servicing costs that are in our tax supported budget. And then as we collect money and it relates to recovering those costs that the municipality is already incurring, those will come in as the revenue portion of the offsite levy to offset those costs.
Okay, thank you.
In general municipal, there's already a few things like
Correct.
that already in general municipal.
Yeah, our transportation projects and things like that
Yes,
are there?
exactly.
Okay.
So to the extent that it represents work that we have yet to do, it stays in our offsite levy reserve. To the extent that it already relates to debt that we've taken and debt servicing costs we're incurring, then it comes into our general municipal revenues to offset those debt servicing costs.
Okay.
So a few other items. Councillor Comfort.
So I'm just curious, it says here that the initial design was modified from 2-story to 1-story.
Correct.
Is there any point, or has it been looked at to see down the road if we wanted to add a story, if that made any kind of sense?
Ms. Smithers, I don't know if you have any information related to another story. I know potential growth was an expansion was something that I believe was considered in the most recent design, but I'm not sure if we're planning the capability to be able to add another story again in the future.
Because I think there is room on the site, right, to do an addition, but I can't remember. I looked at it before, but it's quite a while ago now.
At this time, we are not looking at the potential to add a second story in the future. The impetus behind moving from a 2-story design to exploring a 1-story was to find some cost savings to enable us to proceed with the fire hall. I have talked with Mr. Hannes about a workshop for council, or even just at a committee of the whole meeting in the first or second quarter of this year, coming back with the revised 1-story design to have council have the opportunity to ask questions about it at that time.
That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we've already taken a number of measures to attempt to reduce the costs. So the biggest one was this first bullet point, as we were just speaking to, from moving from a 2-story hall to a 1-story hall with a reduced footprint and according budget. So that results in approximately 1.1 million in savings. But even with those reductions, the level of debt we would be taking at 9.65 here, I've rounded it to 9.7 million, does represent a significant portion of our debt limit. So our internal debt limit at 63.1 million, 97.9 is 15.3% of that for a single project, which was a big consideration. And especially when we see that increase in 2022, we start to approach that limit with that 3.9 million we were talking about earlier, the only remaining room. Mayor Borrowman?
Thanks. And I appreciate we'll have a workshop opportunity to talk a bit more about this, but at that time, I'd be interested to hear what Mr. Hannes might think the additional cost would be to just to engineer the first floor, the ground, the main building, so that it could take a second story in the future.
Go ahead, Whitney.
we can certainly address that at the time. I think there's some logistical issues to it. We can get into trouble at a later date if building codes change, for example, and we go to add the second floor and we find that what is at the first floor is no longer sufficient. So there's some challenges on that too, but I can absolutely ask him to include some discussion around the potential for addition of second story and cost related to that. Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
So the two biggest constraints around taking that level of debt is the first is the limit, as I was just speaking to, and the second is really the servicing costs associated with that debt. So at that level, our servicing costs would be $555,000 annually. Again, that comes from our tax supported budget. So that equates to a 1.9% tax increase when those servicing costs come online in 2023. So if we were looking at the overall direction we received from council of a 5% tax increase, 2% of that just relates to the fire hall servicing costs. So in order to address the significant budget requirements of this project.
I have a quick question, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see you on
That's
my
okay.
screen. Go ahead,
Sorry.
Councilor McCallum.
Okay. So I know here in the charts that we have received that where 2022 goes into, it hovers close to our debt limit. What does it drop to in 2023?
Like in terms of dollar values? Or percentage?
We can do it in dollar or percentage, but like, yeah, we know that 15, sorry, no, if we know that, yeah, I guess in dollar value or percentage, whichever.
58%.
So it goes down to 58% of our internal debt limit. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Well, not of 50. Our internal debt limit is 70. We'd be at 58 of our
Okay, so
top limit.
okay, out of 70. All right, thank you.
We had said before, the room would have been about 4 million in 2022, and it's around 11 or 12 in 23.
So we're really only then at that sort of $4 million away from our internal debt limit of 70% for 1 year then.
Correct.
And then dropped substantially in 2023. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. There is also debt taken for a big utilities project in 2022 as well, I believe, which is contributing to that. It's not all the fire hall. Mayor Borman?
Yeah, just looking at the chart that was in the binder on total debt, it doesn't look to me like the total debt drops that much in 23 or 24, or 25. It stays in that same sort of realm.
Yeah, it drops a little bit. It's not quite as close, but you know, we go from 67% to 58, 56, back up to 57. So it's not a huge drop, but there is a little bit of tapering in those final 3 years of the capital plan.
Our debt limit also rises as well.
Correct. It is a multiplier on our revenue. So as our revenues increase over time, we also have more debt limit to operate within. Mr. Irwin, anything that I've missed there?
Just the chart is illustrative as well, that we don't really know what our debt limit is. It's calculated from our audited financial statements. So it depends on the revenue that comes in, but we have it growing at a 5% increase each year, just for the chart itself to show that. But again, it's illustrative, not exact.
Councillor Hillstad?
Thank you. Now that the debt limit chart that we're looking at right now, that's not assuming that we approve the sale of the fire hall. Does that change if, like, that chart will change if we approve the sale of the old fire hall?
Correct. So at that time, and what we're getting into is that what we're proposing is that, and again, it doesn't happen immediately, which is why, again, depending on the direction received today, but if we go that route, I believe the new construction of the fire hall would go ahead. Following the completion of that, there would still be a transition period. I believe at one point that was estimated to be maybe at least 6 months to convert from the old hall to the new. And then obviously the sale would need to finalize. So there is a bit of a time gap there where we would be paying the full debt servicing costs, presumably, until we were to realize the proceeds of the sale of the current fire hall location. At that time, we would use the proceeds from that sale to pay down that debt. So that is something we would also need to explore and consider at the preliminary stages of determining which lender we might go with, whether it's FCM for the Green Municipal Fund that has the very appealing grant side of it, whether we go through Treasury Branch, which is replacing a CFA in terms of our low-cost municipal debt financing, or a commercial lender that might have more flexibility to enable us to make such a significant repayment. There could be penalties associated with that. So that would need to be something we would consider. But in the context of the chart you're looking at, that isn't reflected right now. This would be as if we continue to have the full amount of debt outstanding and repaid over the 20 years.
Thank you.
So I guess the first point here, unless there are any other questions, cut me off because I can only see a few people. So we did have an appraisal conducted on our current fire hall location, which indicated the value of that property at $3.85 million. So our recommendation is then that, as I just spoken to, following that transition to the new fire hall, that we sell that old fire hall location and use the proceeds from that sale to pay down the debt taken. The advantages of this approach are that it provides us increased flexibility for future debt-funded projects, that we build in a little bit more of our buffer. If there are other emerging capital needs that are identified that we would be looking to utilize debt funding for, so basically increases in those bars, or accordingly, I mean, we've seen that it's been something that's weighing on my mind with the impacts of COVID and how that was going to play out. As our revenues decrease, that also drops our limit accordingly. So utilizing those sales proceeds to just give us more flexibility with our limit. And then also the flip side of that is the debt servicing costs. So again, just using a calculator and not factoring any penalties related to early repayments or anything, but we could see our estimated annual payments reduced from that $555,000 down to $333,000, which again just frees up a bit more room in our operating budget as well. So there were.
Kurt has a question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I know this is way premature, but do we have any idea what the uses of that lot could be put to, that building?
I don't have any insight into that. I don't know if Ms. Smithers, you do. I didn't see anything included in the appraisal report that we received.
So I think it would be zoned part of the Gateway District.
Okay.
We would have to look at the land use bylaws to what's permitted. And then whether or not a prospective buyer would choose to keep the existing building and convert it versus demolish it and put something larger there would be up to a purchaser.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Jump in, otherwise I'm going to keep going.
Question.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
So, Ms. Richardson, you and I have already chatted a little bit about this, so this question was a surprise. I'm curious if administration, when going through the options with regards to financing the new fire hall, if there was any sort of discussion around an alternate way of receiving revenue from the old fire hall. So instead of selling the old fire hall, if instead engaging in a long-term lease would be something that could also be considered. I don't think I must have missed it in the briefing report. I didn't realize that the sale of the fire hall was really basically a 0.6 of a savings of a percentage point. And I wonder if So that corner in my mind is a very important corner within our downtown core. And I wonder how my colleagues feel about selling something that is so important when there might be other options available to us that would allow us to hang on to that corner for the long term, but still receive some revenue for it in the intermediary, which would actually, if you looked at a 20-year lease or a 10-year lease, it would certainly go a long way to supporting some of the debt that goes towards paying for the fire hall. So anyways, back to my original question was, has there been a sort of analysis of whether lease versus sale has occurred and how that incorporates into sort of vision of our downtown civically?
I can speak to that. We have not done that analysis. One thing that would, I think, be prohibitive both for us to continue to use that building or to lease it to someone else is the significant costs to rework the structure. Fire halls are very unique structures and have limited multi-purpose uses. So again, and one alternative originally had been to look at fire hall as a subsequent space we could use for office space. So it would require significant renovation to make that practical and feasible. And my guess is that would be the same with a lease to an external party, but we have not looked at that at this time.
There are certain, and I appreciate that, thank you. I don't disagree with you that there is, I think also actually tearing down that building itself is going to be quite pricey. I can tell you that with my little 800 square foot wood frame structure that we tore down, that's like $40,000 to $50,000 just for that. And that building, as we've been informed over the years, is really well maintained and a really good structure. So there are certain businesses that are, actually thriving in the last few years, such as distilleries and breweries that have been using fire halls across the country, repurposed fire halls across the country for that particular use, because the height of the building really works with what they need to do. And so I'm not necessarily suggesting that we focus on that type of an industry, but I'm just highlighting that there are industries that are compatible with our community, that we already have actually in our community, that might look at this as a really great opportunity to be downtown Canmore. And it would be a great opportunity for us to hold on to that piece of land into the long term for our future, and yet still receive some revenue.
So Councillor McCallum, maybe you just want to hold on to that for debate.
Yeah, for sure. No, I just wanted to highlight that for my colleagues to see if any of them had thought about that. And, as Ms. Richardson has highlighted, if this building isn't being completed until 2022, we need to also hang on to it for a period of time after that fact. We do indeed have some time, and it will indeed bridge over the next election. So I don't think it's something that we have to make a decision about, a precise decision about right away. But I just wanted to know if that was something that we as a council might want to look at.
And just to respond to that last comment or question, the reason administration is bringing this decision report to the Finances Committee is because we are going to be getting into 2022 and 2023 capital planning for your approval, or the next council's approval later this year. And we need to know how much room we have to play with and how much of our funding envelope is there to support other capital projects. And so the factoring in this sale allows us to look at the capital plan differently. If it's not approved or directed that we consider this sale, then we would have to change how we look at the rest of the capital plan.
Okay.
So you can proceed, I think, Ms. Richardson.
Okay. If anybody else has questions, again, feel free to jump in. So as we were just speaking to, something like a long-term lease wasn't something that we've currently included in the identified alternatives. The two that we spoke to in the request for decision document, the first, as with any capital project, we could choose not to proceed. That is always an option. It would require in this particular instance, if we weren't to proceed with the fire hall, we also presumably would not proceed with the enabling works, which did receive early approval. So it would require rescinding that early approval. And we could continue to operate out of the current hall, and that would free up significant funding for other identified capital initiatives. Always an option. Alternatively, council could choose not to sell the land, and we could, and again, this doesn't consider any possible other inflows of funding related to any kind of lease agreement or anything. But if we were to keep it for our own municipal purposes, we could continue with the proposed level of debt limit that we're currently utilizing. Again, having that limited flexibility of utilizing a larger portion of our debt limit for this project, and also the higher level of debt supported servicing costs, which would also continue to provide that operating pressure on the tax supported budget as well. So those were the two alternatives we identified in the report. And that really concluded everything that we had identified with regards to the funding at this time. I know there's likely a lot of other questions about the project as a whole, but the purpose of today's presentation was really just focused on, again, how we look ahead to that capital plan and our future financial implications of the projects we're bringing forward. So again, the motion that we had put forward in the RFD is that the Finance Committee direct administration to consider the sale of the existing fire hall as part of the approach to funding the new fire hall in the 2022 capital budget.
Norman?
This is sort of out of left field and nobody may have the answer handy, but just curious for a line of thought that I've got going is if anybody knows the actual square footage of the building?
I definitely don't. I'm not sure if anybody else could jump in there.
Just in thinking about the possibility of long-term lease of the building, the going lease rate is well known for the downtown area, so we could easily figure out what that lease revenue might be, but it's not all that germane to the discussion today, so I'll ask somebody another day.
We can get that information for you. It's probably in the appraisal document where it's been identified, unless somebody else has that. But
yeah, I'm just going through the appraisal document right now. The site
I've got
area,
it here. Yeah, do you have it there written?
The site area is 29,000 square feet. The building area is 9,660 square feet.
I do think that square footage is, as spoken to earlier, not all utilizable in its current state. So that would be the question as to what leasehold improvements might look like in order to make it usable for an other intended purpose. Okay, were there any other questions for Ms. Richardson or any other administration before the Finance Committee puts this motion on the floor and debates it? Yeah, Mayor or Councillor Sanford.
Thank you.
Well, let's not get ahead of the game here.
Thanks, Lisa. I'm also wanted to ask if there's some sort of parallel between leasing this building and the helipad, because we have a lease arrangement with the helicopter company, and we had to do some improvements to that building. Is that not correct? Or did they do all the improvements? I can't remember. It's a long-standing lease.
It's a land lease only. The leaseor does all the improvements to the land.
So did they add all the buildings to that land? Okay. Yeah. So we didn't have to do any renovations or building because we just leased the land to them and they did all the improvements.
Correct.
Okay. The leases in that regard can be fairly site specific too, right? So just because that's the way it is for the heliport doesn't mean that's the way it would or would not be on this site if they pursued a lease.
But in this case, there's an existing building, so it would either have to be renovated or removed. Because because we couldn't, if we were just to lease land,
Yeah,
we'd have to make a negotiation of how we do that, right?
yeah.
Okay, great.
I just wanted to speak to the one-story thing before the council debate, Lisa, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Just to clarify, because I realized after I spoke, I do not want to set an expectation with council that there's an opportunity to revisit the one-story to be able to accommodate a two-story structure down the road. We specifically, CST gave direction to the project team to pursue a one-story fire hall because that still met our program and functional requirements as reflected in the fire hall study, but did save that $1.1 million in cost, which was top of mind for us in being able to achieve the strategic priority of council to build the new fire hall and then also meet our operational needs. So that ship has effectively sailed in terms of an ability to pursue adding a second story at a later date. We would essentially have to redesign the project a third time to accommodate that if that was what we chose to do. And it would not be required to meet our program as defined through the fire hall study. The other thing I would like to point out is there still is sufficient space on that site if at some point in the future we needed to expand to build out rather than up. So I just wanted to clarify, I'm happy to talk about why we made that decision in the workshop, but I just didn't want to leave it hanging that there'd be an opportunity to redirect the design. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so was there anybody on the finance committee who wishes to move the recommended motion? Councillor McCallum?
Well, what I had was a question. So
okay.
My question is around, it's a process question. So we're basically being asked to make a determination whether sale or lease or hang on to, and how, is there a way to keep this motion more open-ended so that that decision doesn't have to necessarily be made today? I know that that doesn't assist you with your 2022-2023 planning, but I really feel like this is a much bigger decision than just a one-off in a finance committee meeting. And I know that we'll end up going to council as well, but I just, yeah, I still haven't heard anything from my colleagues. I'm wondering if this actual question can be deferred until we have the workshop that you speak of.
Okay, Councillor Hillstad, did you have a point? And then Mayor Borman?
I was just going to comment that, like, from reading the motion myself, like, to me, it says to consider. So it's not saying that we are selling. To me, it's just to consider, to give admin the wiggle room to come up with different options. So that's how I was taking it. So that's like, so correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I take it, is that we're just considering the sale so that admin can go and look at, you know, if they need to, other capital projects that are coming up, if there is the space for that, if we sell it, and then otherwise, if we just say no to this, then it's just, they just remove that space and then it just changes their approach. So to me, it's just more of an approach for planning. So if that's not correct, I would like to know.
So then, Councillor Hillstad, do you think it would be best for me to then propose a motion that would say to consider the sale or lease of the existing fire hall?
Again,
so
like,
that we're brought
I had the same thought, just because, again, since it's something to consider, I was wondering if we could put a motion like that, but I'm not sure. That would be probably more for admin to, because it's going to be for them to go back and look at the capital budget. So yeah, I'm personally fine with that, just because I would like to see the option of leasing it as well. But I know that this is more of a for planning our capital projects out, because if we just say no, then it just lowers the capital room we have for those capital budgets. So that's totally up to admin.
And it is $4 million. It's still that we still have $4 million. It's just for 1 year. So anyways, that was just the question that I had, Ms. DeSoto. And so when the time comes, I guess I will propose that amendment.
Mayor Borman?
Well, I was going to say pretty much what Councillor Hillstead said. I see this as a very simple motion, and it's not writing anything in stone, and it doesn't disallow administration from ultimately coming back to council and providing information that reflect the change in funding structure if we sold or leased. I mean, this is not black and white. This is, I think, a really gray motion. When the motion's on the table, I'll be happy to support it as is.
Okay, so, but my concern is that if we don't actually ask them to go and inquire about lease, if it's not explicit in the motion, that it won't actually happen because we're prioritizing sale over anything else.
We're sort of getting into the debate maybe. But
No, I just want to make sure that if I put the motion forward, that everybody understands where I'm coming from, that I'm not trying to debate it, but okay.
I would just add, if I may, an analogy. Similar discussions were held when we developed Elevation Place and Arts Place around funding, and we always have to come up with funding sources for a project. Elevation Place had significantly more debt initially proposed, but as successive years and designs unfolded, we applied our annual surplus to reduce that overall debt. So there is the ability to modify funding as more information becomes available. But at the last workshop we had with council, I know that direction cannot be given at a workshop, but we discussed what were the ability to look at, what kind of options could we look at to bring this project in within our fiscal constraints. And we talked about redesign of the project to reduce the scale and scope. We talked about selling land, and we talked about debt financing. So we've looked at all of that, and we've looked at the programming needs very closely with Chief Gaylor to make sure that any kind of redesign to the one-story approach met all the programming needs well into the future. So we were taking a multi-pronged approach to looking at how we could fund this important project, but still keep available capacity to do all of the other things we want to do that Mr. Kinsberg outlined with the asset management program. So I will just stop there, and then I'll just look to see if anybody on the finance committee wants to move that motion, and then Councillor.
You can actually put the motion forward. You're part of the finance committee. Just you can vote on it.
I am part of the finance committee, but I don't get a vote. So I don't think it's appropriate. I guess I've been moving minutes and stuff like that. So okay, if that's the case, I will move that the finance committee direct administration to consider the sale of the existing fire hall as part of the approach to funding the new fire hall in the 2022 capital budget. And then I will open that up to discussion and debate. Mayor Borman.
As we were talking about a short while ago, I'll support the motion as written. I don't share Councillor McCallum's concern that this hamstrings administration. I think it still leaves the door open for other creative solutions, and a lot could change between now and any final decision on funding structure. So I'll happily support the motion as presented.
Councillor Seeley.
I'll also support the motion as presented. I think it does leave options open. It doesn't say that we have to sell it, but it allows us some flexibility. That's how I read it anyway. So I'll support it as it is.
Councillor McCallum.
I'd like to propose an amendment, please.
Sure.
I never actually got to do that. So people are speaking against something that I haven't actually proposed yet. So I'm proposing that the wording say to consider both sale or lease of the existing fire hall as part of the approach to funding the new fire hall in the 2022 capital budget. And to speak to that, I appreciate my colleague stating that they believe that the motion as is open enough, but it isn't. It doesn't actually say lease. It directs administration to consider sale only. And I really feel that the fire hall corner is an important corner in our community. We don't actually really own any real estate within the gateway district to our downtown. And so, you know, I understand why administration has brought this forward. We don't need this building anymore. And so, you know, we have a debt that we need to pay or hold within the budget for the fire hall, but it's really quite transactional in nature. And it really doesn't speak to vision of our community in 20, 30 or 50 years with regards to our downtown and that space. So again, I don't feel that I'm in a position to make this decision permanently for Canmore residents, and the wording of the current motion states basically sale and sale alone. And so I think I would just like to open that up a little bit so that we are sure that administration is looking at both options. That's all.
Okay, speaking to Councillor McCallum's amendment, Councillor Comfort.
Yeah, I'd support that amendment because I think she's right. I think if we don't put the direction in there to admin to consider other options, sale being the easiest thing, I think that would just like go ahead. And I'd rather that some creativity, it's a very important piece of land. It's a very important gateway to the community, obviously. And I think I'd like to see what else could come forward. And I think that there's money to be made off other ideas as well to service our debt. So I'll support the motion, the amendment.
Okay, Mayor Borman.
Just as part of the debate, I certainly know that I've heard from a number of nonprofits who have their eyes on the building, and it wouldn't be hard to find a number of nonprofits, at least, that would be interested in having access to that building. And certainly in the commercial sector, I expect there'd be strong interest as well. I'm looking, though, I continue to cast my eyes over to the total debt chart. And I recognize that if we should choose to lease the building rather than sell it, our total debt will stay up close to our self-established ceiling. So it won't reduce the debt load at all by hanging on to it and leasing it out. And I don't know if we would be able to get lease income that would come close to offsetting the value, financial value of selling the property. And I guess my only hesitation in the amendment is it will add additional work for administration to consider both options. So I'm still thinking about that.
Okay, are there any other points of discussion for the amendment? Councillor Seeley?
Yeah, I think I will support the amendment. It does make sense for administration to look at both options, and it gives a little bit more clarity. So I do like the amendment.
Mayor Borman, did you have another point on the amendment?
It's not that important. I really believe that administration would do the work regardless, particularly given this conversation, but being specific in the motion certainly doesn't hurt.
Councillor Hillstead?
I was thinking about this amendment before Councillor McCallum put it forward, so I think I'll support it as well. Yes, it might make some additional work for admin, but it's just good to have some different options out there. Basically, the worst case to me, from my point of view, is that it would just mean that admin might have to tighten the belt a little bit on capital projects if we're looking at the lease option, because it's probably going to lower the or increase or keep the debt limit the same for the most part. So it just means that might have to look at slightly less projects potentially, because we would have less room. But I just like to see that work done, just so we have the options. So I'll support the amendment.
Councillor Mara?
Thank you. I was struggling with it, but I will consider and support Councillor McCallum's amendment. I know it'll be some work for administration, but it's good to know all of our options. I'm in the same thought as Mayor Borman that I'm not sure if the revenue received from the property, although I know many people you said are eyeing it up. I don't know if the revenue from the property will make a huge difference in our debt. So, but I will support the motion just to see what the figures come out as.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, Councillor Sandberg?
Thank you. I think it's probably a good idea to examine both alternatives, and so I will support the amendment. In terms of offsetting the capital costs and addressing our debt limit, you know, that what comes out of that comparison might be fairly evident. So I think if we do that analysis, that would be worthwhile for all of us to understand. So I will support it.
Okay, any other discussion on Councillor McCallum's amendment? Councillor McCallum, anything to close?
I guess I appreciate everybody's open-mindedness and willingness to explore more of a visionary look at this piece of property in terms of how it plays into our downtown and to the core of our community. And I know it's sometimes not the place of municipalities or government to get into leasing to the for-profit sector, but I think that, you know, some of the suggestions that you brought up, Mayor Barman, I wasn't aware of. And so I think that there actually could be some interesting possibilities. You know, there's one thing that I think I've learned in my 10 years on council, and it's that if we don't have to give up land, we shouldn't. And it's that giving up land is what's really gotten us into trouble in the past when we've given up land 20, 30 years ago. And so I really would like to think about this decision very carefully before we choose to sell such an important corner that is the gateway to one of the gateways to our downtown. So anyways, thank you.
Okay, so then I'll call the question on the amending motion to add both the sale or lease of the existing fire hall to be examined. Those in favor? And that is unanimous, so that's carried. Any other amendments to the motion? Okay, seeing none, then I'll move the main motion. I don't think I need to read it out again. I think everybody knows what it is. Is there anybody who wants to speak to that main motion? Okay, seeing none, then I'll move the question. All those in favor? Councillor Comfort, are you in favor? Yep. Okay, so that is, I'll do the question again. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous there. Great, thank you. So that is all for that item then. And Ms. Rogers, you had some information regarding Thursday?
I did, yep. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
And just the presentation, or do you see my notes again?
No, just the presentation.
Okay, perfect. So I just wanted to quickly review the items that we've been keeping track of for the discussion on Thursday. It's likely that I've missed something or that I've included something that you don't wish to discuss. This really is just a starting point for your debate and deliberation. So I just wanted to walk through it. If there's something clearly that you don't want to have on the list, we can go ahead and take that off. And if there's anything I've missed, I will go ahead and add it. Councillor Comfort.
Is it too late to suggest something else for a brief discussion at that meeting?
No, not at all. This would be the time we can add it.
Okay.
Do you want me to go through the list first, or is there something new that you have? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, go through the list first.
Okay. So we had discussion about Main Street closure, wondering if council wished to provide direction to administration on moving that forward. Again, that came up in the COVID contingency budget. We have made an allowance in the budget. That does not mean a decision has been made on closure. So that would be something for council. Again, included in that COVID contingency was the waiving of fees for in-street patios. Again, a decision hasn't been made. We've just made that allowance within the COVID contingency. Downtown paid parking question. I think the day we were talking about this, council received a letter from the BIA requesting a delay. And I think Mayor Borman, you spoke to this item. Winter Carnival as well, and discussion around the arts and events budget. The Winter Carnival for 2021 was not originally in their events plan for 2021. So there's some opportunity if we wish to formally add that back in. Bylaw service levels. Mayor Borman, again, you had a question around the addition of a full-time officer. And Ms. Cottle's been doing some work on that costing to be able to present that back. I think there were some questions around our plans for enforcement, given that our 2-term positions in planning have now ended. Councillor McCallum, you had a question about the photo radar reserve. I think looking at potentially what we're funding from that reserve as far as it relates to our CMP. Also, you had a question around the housing coordinator in 2022, perhaps examining the municipality's role before including that within the 2022 plan. We did have in the council budget reduced Canada Day breakfast support. Again, Mayor Borman, I think you had a couple of questions around that. And then just a couple of items we wanted to flag, just again, to ensure you've had the opportunity to have sufficient discussion about those. One was the citizen satisfaction survey that is in the budget now and is typically, we would typically conduct that citizen satisfaction survey prior to an election, whether you want to do that or not. Certainly is an item you could discuss. And then we've got a couple of human resources items, performance pay, which was taken out of the budget, and COLA, which is still in the budget.
I just have a couple of items of clarification there. If you could go back one slide. So Winter Carnival is in the budget. It's not about adding it or not. It already is in the budget. The issue is that was allowing arts and events to begin planning for that work in advance of the budget approval. So what they would like to do is host Winter Carnival in mid-February, right around the time we will be approving the budget. So it's not about adding, it's just about getting approval for them to begin that spending. And then on your second slide around the housing coordinator, we won't be prepared to have this as a conversation. So the idea, I did not think, was to remove it from the plan, but just to flag it, to say before the 2022 budget comes for approval, we need to have that conversation. Council could, of course, remove it from the plan, but having it in the plan right now is the impetus to be able to have the conversation during the year. I mean, we can, of course, have the conversation without it, but my understanding was not that we were going to do anything with it, except leave it in the plan and have the conversation before the 2022 budget approval.
And just to speak to that, Ms. Cottle, I think I spoke to council saying that if there was something in the 2022 plan that they did not agree with moving forward with or wanted to have discussion and debate on it, then it would be good for us to know now so that
certainly, absolutely.
So I think that was how I thought the conversation had started around that housing coordinator position, and certainly it would be up to one of the finance committee members to put forward a motion to remove it. But either way, I think it would create the impetus for having the discussion later in 2021. I think there was enough questions about it and our role that we would need to revisit it regardless. Mayor Borman?
I haven't thought to look in the calendar, but is there an agenda prepared for Thursday, or is this it?
This is it. So what we had on the plan for Thursday was there are a couple of questions that we're going to circle back with some additional information for you on. One was around franchise fees for 2020. Another question around the tax stabilization reserve and this bylaw question. So we wanted to close the loop on those items and then have this discussion. And that's really the plan for Thursday. So I can certainly send you this list if you like, if that's easier for you. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thanks. So will admin be looking for final motions and vote from the Finance Committee on Thursday?
Yes.
On all of the work we've been doing, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then post that, it would go to council.
Correct. Yeah. So we do have, you'll see on the agenda, which the municipal clerk will send out this afternoon, the typical motions where we would ask the Finance Committee to recommend that council approve the budget as presented. If there are any motions that require changes, those changes will be incorporated and reviewed with council on February 23rd prior to your approval of the budget, either operating or capital.
Just while I still have the mic, because I took it back. Thursday, as councilors will know, I'm going to have to leave the meeting probably before it's finished from my expectation. I'll have to leave the meeting by 11:30, 11:45. So I have a feeling we won't be finished by that point.
Did we book the entire day to be able to come back in the afternoon, Ms. Rogers, or is
No,
that?
we had the morning booked, but we can certainly add another day. I think we've got a couple of holds in the next week or two for special meetings. I can certainly have the municipal clerk take a look at the calendar and see what we could do if we need to add time for further discussion.
It all depends on the motions and discussions that the Finance Committee wants to have on these items. These were the areas where you had questions. So we do have some additional information, as Ms. Rogers suggested, on the bylaw officer position, I believe also on paid parking and its relation to transit. So we'll have some information to assist you in any kind of your discussions. And then certainly there's the work and information you heard today around capital, which we haven't asked you if there were any additional capital discussion items that you wanted to have. So that is something we could chat about today, sort of in preparation for Thursday and any motions that might come forward on Thursday. Councilor McCallum?
I had a couple of items that I was looking to get some information for either for Thursday or for our final decisions as Finance Committee. One of them was just to get a dollar value for any net new sustainability initiatives this year. I know that there's been some conversation over the last few meetings with regards to, are we doing enough? Do we have any extra budget? So on and so forth. And I would like to understand what we are doing already in this budget year with regards to sustainability in both operating and capital that's net new. The other thing I was looking for was some property tax modeling. So the number that we have based on the budget that we've approved, what is that going to look like on a median average property? That's actually not median average, that's not right. Anyways, a median property. And then the third thing I was looking for, and we talked about this on our kickoff day, was just to get a list of FTEs per department. And that's actually, I don't need that for Thursday. It would just be nice to have that at some point as part of the narrative when we speak to the public about departments and numbers, etc. That's just more information. That's about it.
Mayor Borman?
Thanks for reminding me of the questions we'd had around sustainability initiatives in one of the last meetings of the Finance Committee, and there had been some discussion. I had talked at least about the possibility of having one more conversation at Finance Committee about the benefits and impact of moving forward with the 3 smaller solar projects as well as the CRC project. And I'm not tied to that in any way, but it's something that I'd like to have one more informed discussion with council about. So
yeah, and that's why to understand what's net new would be helpful in informing that discussion.
And Councilor Comfort, you had an item you said you wanted to see on the list? You need to unmute.
Sorry, my item's already in there. It's the one about the satisfaction survey.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe you had previous questions on e-bikes, or did those get answered for you? I thought
Those were answered.
Okay. So just in, sorry, Mayor
So there will be an agenda sent out with all of this expected discussion showing on the agenda?
Yes, we can add it directly to the agenda. It'll just be a list of topics.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
And ideally, this is the opportune time for you as Finance Committee to propose motions. It's not ones where we as administration make recommendations for your motions. We've done that. We've brought you a budget that we think meets your direction, your priorities, and your budget guidelines. If you want to see changes to that, we need you to come prepared to make those motions. And if you want to see something added, for example, but the tax rates stay the same, then you need to come with a funding source or an alternative program project to remove if it's within the capital plan, for example. But those are the kinds of things we would be looking to you for as you review the budget. And if you have other information that would be helpful for you in making those decisions, as Councillor McCallum's just identified 2 or 3 items she'd like to see, that information, we can get you the background information you need to make those decisions. For the most part, we can likely do that before Thursday, but it won't be in the agenda package itself because that's going out. Is that going out today, Ms. Rogers, the agenda package? Yeah, so, but if you need additional information, please let us know. Councillor Sandford?
Thank you, Mr. Soto. On that chart that was just shown to us, talking about Winter Carnival, and understanding that it is in the budget, what kind of COVID response can we predict to that? Because we're not really sure what's going to happen with the COVID restrictions by then. So is that going to be contingent on what COVID related issues we're facing?
No, it will be based, all event planning for this year is based on the reality of COVID, except for New Year's Eve. So it would be a COVID friendly. Esme, you're not on mute, Esme.
Yeah, I'm here.
Esme.
Sorry.
I'm having a hard time answering over her. There we go. Sorry. So sorry, Councillor Sanford, your all the events will assume a COVID reality. So it won't be a typical winter carnival. It will be a winter carnival based on the reality of COVID. And I can speak more a bit to what they're planning on Thursday, but it's really meant to be a community event. So the same way they did Canada Day, which was in the middle of COVID when we couldn't gather, but we still had Canada Day events. So it'd be similar to that.
Okay. Because we're still responding to COVID and we're not sure if we will be responding more or less, but there's already a plan to consider that in the Winter Carnival events, right?
In all of our events for the year, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, was there any other anything within the capital plan that you heard today that you'd like further discussion on? Mayor Borman's mentioned the solar project. That was actually something that was approved on January 5th, but you heard a lot today on the capital plan. We'd like you to, think about that. Did it meet the priorities and the objectives that you had expected? And is there anything missing, or is there anything you'd like to modify? Based on the questions, I didn't pick up any. I don't know if anybody on administration picked up any that nobody's jumping in. So
I hadn't captured.
No, I didn't capture any questions. The ones that Therese just went through on the list, that was what we heard at the operating day, where you had questions and requests for further information. Okay, so is there
I'll just jump in and say that I think administration has done a really bang up job of bringing back a budget that I think responds pretty well to all of the conversation we've had over some time now in a particularly difficult year. I honestly thought it was going to be a little more challenging to review and result in more discussion, but I think kudos to admin for bringing back this draft budget. I think we should be able to get to final approval of the finance committee, at least, if not Thursday, then very soon.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before we adjourn then? And Ms. Rogers, was there anything else to cover? No?
Oh, we're good. Thank you.
Okay. I will make a motion to adjourn then. Those in favor? We are adjourned.